Hello! Howdy everyone, how's it going? Are y'all ready for the biggest streaming event of the, dare I say, decade? Hoot hoot, happy Wednesday, hello! Oh my god, Ren! Thank you so much for the sub! Katie stream! Can you believe it? Can you believe these are still happening? Let's chit chat a little bit. We've got a lot coming up today. And while I eat my lunch, we can catch up. We can see what's going on with everyone. Finish quick so oh no, okay, we gotta go straight to the game, everyone. I'm sorry. Deeded's gotta keep watching Doctor Who. Where are you? What episodes are you on now? Give us detailed thoughts and descriptions. I'm gonna be a little slow at the start of this stream, folks, so I do apologize. Once I eat lunch, we'll probably pick things up. But I also think I have what the kids call fatigue. So if we're moving slowly today, it's okay because we're moving together. Sally, welcome on in. How you doing? I love that emo. Martine, happy Wednesday. Raven, it is a great Wednesday. And the end of the year. Can you believe it? I wish I could do that. My owl's not bouncing. Hold on. My mic is coming through though. Okay, we're good. Wouldn't it be nice if we could summon the end of the year just by finishing a game? Who would have thought? I mean, when did we start this game? The crazy thing is, technically, by my count, we've only had 14 streams of this game, so we've really only been playing it for 2 weeks if you think about it that way. When did we start? Was it July? Did I start before or after I took a 2-week hiatus in August? I don't even remember, man. It's been a great 2 weeks though, hasn't it? Anyway, Ren, thank you again for the sub. 25 months. Incredible. Oh my goodness. Gremblo, wow, welcome on in. How you doing? Adagio, aren't there supposed to be 33 streams? Well, if we go and do all the side content and the DLC and faff around the continent for a while, we could do 33. Actually, I think 33 streams of this might end me. And all of you. I don't think we need that. I love the game. Listen, I love the game. I'm really looking forward to playing something else. We may come back and do some of the other content. That's what I said about the Veilguard too. And it's been like 6 months. So we probably won't. You started 12? Wait, no, I'm the most serious I've ever been about anything. I do want a minute by minute, like, recap. For Series 8, I have seen Deep Breath so many times, and every time I watch Deep Breath, I'm like, oh, maybe I'll keep watching after this. Maybe I'll do the rewatch. And I haven't done the rewatch since, oh god, 2018. I have never been able to bring myself to actually do a full rewatch because it hurts too much. Welcome to the Fatigue Club. It's not fun. I don't know where it came from. A hype train incoming. Hold on. Adagio, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Oh my god, your mom? IDK. My mom would appreciate this so much. Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm 400 years old, so you've missed the train a little bit, but still. My mom is 500, actually. No. Danny Pink season. Danny Pink season. I have a lot of thoughts about Danny Pink. Thank you for- oh my god, hold on. Raven, thank you for the sub. You do like trains. I love trains. Oh my god, guys, thank you for the hype train. And thank you for the Prime. I love the Prime subs, because as you know, those are pure Bezos bucks. But thank you also for the regular sub, which I will go donate that to charity. Thank you guys, thank you so much. Oh my god, hype train. Hype train for the last stream of this game ever. We're never gonna play it again. Because I love it so much, you know? I think Danny Pink, holy cow. Oh my gosh, wait, okay. I'm gonna hold the charity until the end just so I don't have to constantly keep going back. Dita, thank you so much for the sub. 33 months. I know, my mom only had me at 100. Listen, I don't want to get into the lore. Owl biology is fascinating stuff, though. Well, I guess I should do my resub too. You sound so excited about it. Thanks. Wait, 33 months, so true. Oh my god, you planned this. Danny Pink season, August, September, Sunday, Septembers. We did do Sunday, Septembers, but we also had summer Sundays. We were doing summer Sundays. How I was feeling after last week. What happened last week? I got a vaccine. I got 2 vaccines last week. Get your vaccines, friends. They're good. They're good for you. Missy? I love him. I love Missy. I love Dan. What am I saying? Brain. I'm a Danny Pink defender. I love Missy. I love everything about the season. We'll talk about it. Am I taking off in the background? Am I in a wind tunnel? Is there background noise? Sorry, I can't hear. Is there a problem with the mic? Let me know. I don't know what you mean by am I in a wind tunnel? Oh, with the bonus stuff. Yeah, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the bonus stuff. I refuse. You don't hear anything? Okay, cool. It stopped now? Okay, I don't know what that was. Might have been my computer. Might have been the wind. Who can say? I am a bird. So I might be flying with my microphone at this very moment. And you don't know. You would never know. Ren, you always have the most insane lore development in between my streams. Okay. Share with the class. Stop flying during streams, I can't. This is my exercise. All the homies get vaccinated. We love to see it. Can I at least try the evil boss? Sure. So here's the deal for today. I was gonna ask, I feel like we should probably warm up a little before we finish the game. We'll finish the game, and then I'll either end the stream and go do the things I said I would do, and probably won't do today because I'm a procrastinator. Hashtag. I don't have a hashtag. Or otherwise we can go do extra stuff after we finish. We'll see. Floating PC setup. It's strapped to my back and I'm flying. And the microphone is around my little owl neck. Gulch Booty, hello! How are you doing? Yeah, it's finally happening. We're finally beating the game. It's only been 2 weeks, so it really hasn't been that long. But you know, since I'm a world-class speedrunner, this is pretty long for me. But yeah, you came here just in time. Hashtag, I don't have a hashtag. Let's get it trending, folks. Let's get it trending. Do things still trend? There's no social media anymore that's actually palatable. Twitter is garbage. Nobody's on Blue Sky. Instagram is not the same. Facebook has been dead for years. There's no social media anymore, so we're all here instead. You're only on hour 0.5. So you might not want to watch this if you care about spoilers, or you could watch the end of the game, which will prove that the beginning of the game is worth getting through. But it's a really good game. It's just, I have a lot of thoughts on it, which is how you know it's a good game, I think. Between last stream you caught and now you've gotten into a relationship with a man after— Ren, do I know who this man is? Considering yourself a lesbian, that's— okay. That is some crazy lore. That is some crazy lore. Is this who I think it is? Or is it someone else? Is there another man in your life that I didn't know about? Because I'd be really, that is actually the best possible, that is the best possible outcome. Oh my god. You literally committed to the bit so hard that you became the bit. Oh my god. Hey Waffles, how's it going? I'm trained, completed at level 2. Thank you all. Oh my god. Thank you all so much. Oh my god, we got a confetti. I got a little confetti emote. Oh my god. Hey Waffles, welcome on in. LinkedIn? Yeah, oh god. LinkedIn actively sucks out my soul every time I go on. Do people use threads? That's a good question. I don't know. But yeah, definitely avoid spoilers for sure. Threads is dodgy. I don't know what Threads even is. I never wanted to get it because it had to be linked to your Instagram account. Pinterest? Yeah, and Pinterest isn't even really that social. Hey Clover, welcome! How's it going? How have you been? It's good to see you. Do not speak of that evil job app. Yeah, LinkedIn makes me really uncomfortable. And I saw like a poster or a short or something about someone breaking down LinkedIn speak. And now that I've read that and it's everywhere. I just can't. Everyone talks in the most insane. It's like every post people make is a formula. It's so creepy. It's so creepy. Been like Blue Protocol. Ooh, how's that going? Are you having fun? Yeah, oh my god, no, Ren. I want the dirty details. I want you tell me what you want to tell me, but I am very invested in this now. Tumblr is great. You're right. Tumblr is the only usable social media platform, but also I don't use Tumblr socially. I think the ideal Tumblr experience is not talking to anyone else and just going insane in a corner by yourself. And that's it. Looking to connect. Ooh, messages from recruiters. Let me know if the music is too loud. I'm leaving the menu open. Clover, I'm glad you're good. When you were a kid, you were banned from social media, so you used Pinterest to look at screenshots of Tumblr memes. That's, you know. I love the way internet culture kind of disperses through different platforms. So on Tumblr, you get screenshots of Twitter posts, or of tweets. And on Pinterest, you get screenshots of Tumblr. And then on Reddit, you've got screenshots of, like, it's like, the way things move through the internet is so fun. It's all, exactly, Greblo, it's all corpo cons. You have an acquaintance who constantly uses LinkedIn and can only talk about his LinkedIn and nothing else and doesn't use anything else but Twitter, and it's an interesting conversation. Raven, you put it so, you're like, it's an interesting conversation for sure. And I'm like, no, this person sounds insane. Like, this person sounds like not like a corporate husk of a person. And I don't know them, and so maybe that's unfair, but who constantly uses LinkedIn and only LinkedIn? Like, that is a different genre of person that I have not had the misfortune to meet, and I'm very grateful. Tumblr, honestly, the ads are so outlandish that I just don't notice them. Like, I just scroll past. Most of the time, the only ads that are truly bad are the ads that interrupt what you're doing. So like YouTube ads, Amazon Prime ads, Disney Plus ads, when you're already paying, oh my god, when you're already paying for something and they give you ads, those are bad. Tumblr ads, I'm like, okay, whatever, like, I'll just keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. The only picture of your face is on LinkedIn. Yeah, that's the thing, it's like, LinkedIn is the only place where I am an actual, like, professional, but I don't use LinkedIn. And I feel like I maybe should be using it more. I just can't do it. Yeah, Tumblr was always terrible, but the thing is, it has not gotten worse. Like, it's always been bad. Every other website got exponentially worse in such a short amount of time that Tumblr, it's the meme of the ice skating race, like the skating where every other skater fell down. And Tumblr has gotten ahead by virtue of the fact that it has not it has not changed. And they took away our dragon porn. That's what this channel is for. What? Who said that? Pinterest is the gateway drug, I think. Snapchat is still around. I think kids use Snapchat a lot now, actually. But Snapchat, I don't consider social media. I consider, like, Snapchat is messaging. Sorry. I, need a new microphone. It's gotten to the point, I think. Hello? Okay. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Let me see if I can fix it. It's the cable. I don't need a new microphone. Hello. Okay. So here's the long and short of it, folks. I wish I could show you. Maybe I'll send a picture of what the cable looked like. It's broken. Like, it's genuinely broken. And I thought I might still be able to use it. I'm here, I'm back. I don't know what I said that you didn't hear, but it doesn't matter, because I say so many things anyway. Is it broken because I bit it? No, it's broken because I kicked it over. I wish I was kidding. I think it, like, fell off of my desk or something. Or it was on the floor and I kicked it and, like, it's genuinely broken. have another cable. Yeah, I was pecking at it for enrichment, exactly. Okay. What did I see? What did I miss? Okay. Oh, Waffles uses it for Snapchat. Okay. Or for group chat. Snapchat group chats? Really? Interesting. I haven't seen a Viagra ad on Tumblr in years. It's really going downhill, huh? Oh my god. Luigi wins by doing nothing. Exactly. Raven, I don't think this guy- yeah, I think he's not a real person. Also, I'm scared for him. Oh my god. That's Gruck. They put him in a meat suit. You're job phobic, so you can't use link- yeah, stay away. Stay away. It's a terrifying place to be. Oh my god, I just dropped my controller, it's fine. Katie, you're plugged into my brain. Hi, Martine. Room for two up in here. Tumblr's host, that's what it is. Okay, yeah. You should use LinkedIn more. I need to network. Waffles, that's the devil talking. That's the devil talk. Martine just said that, but that's the devil talking. I wasn't muted, I was silenced. I'm back now. I'm back, I promise. K-pop stands? Oh my god. Yeah, it's hard to... Yeah, the K-pop stands are scary. Twitter is a scary place. When it's just art, it's not too bad. When you don't get the discourse. I just can't stand discourse. That's what that rambling was, yep. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was in caps lock, too. I was shouting at you all. When Reddit got manipulated by 4chan to invade Tumblr in the late 2010s, after the war, all the truly evil and annoying people left to go to Twitter, and now Tumblr is full of wacky, clownish, and kind homosexualoids. I had to read that out loud. This is incredible lore. You're right, I forgot about the whole... Yeah, I forgot about that. I didn't bite it. I maybe pecked at it a little. Alright, listen. WhatsApp is good for international, yes. LGBT. I should stop talking, because y'all got me covered already. Oh my god, Pride Penguin? Why don't I have a Pride Penguin emo? That's so cute. Aww. Yeah, also supposedly WhatsApp is secure. But it's owned by Meta, so I wouldn't trust it. Oh, guys. Oh. So I decided today is the first, truly cold day of the year, or of the season by me. I decided to celebrate with my very, very limited supply of cinnamon spice holiday tea. I think it's from Harry and David. It's like, I've got 3 tea bags left. This is one of them. And I just took my first sip, and it's divine. Oh my god. I love the fall, y'all. I love cool weather. I just love... Oh god, the aesthetic is so good. Everything about it is so good. I'm so happy it's fall. I'm not happy it's gonna be dark at 5 p.m. like next week, but I'm so happy it's fall. Android internet-based- oh my god, yeah. The Android texting protocol is crazy. And then I remember Google was running an ad campaign for a while where they were trying to shame Apple into switching over to their messaging protocol instead. They were like, everyone else is using it. Come on, Apple. And it's like, I hate Apple. I don't hate Apple. I just don't like Apple products. And I can still recognize that iPhones have had the superior messaging experience forever. Like, always. Well, I don't know what Google is on about. Oh yeah, also SMS does cost money. This is true. God forbid a bird peck, okay? Just let me embrace my natural instincts. I don't have a pride penguin. I made it up. Android doesn't have iMessage, but you can text Android. Oh, you have like Wi-Fi texting, yeah. Yeah, singing in the swamp, welcome on in, but also you can't trust you can't trust any of the big tech companies. Not proud. Maybe I should have a scared penguin instead of a pride penguin. Maybe I should have one of the different 7 deadly. I'll have like a sloth penguin instead. Everything you ever say, you said with the knowledge that one day it may be plastered across the internet and linked back to your name forever. That's actually the thing I'm sort of worried about, is because I obviously stream. My legal name, I hate to break it to you, is not ephemeral. And so I'm always worried that one day it's all gonna get tied back to me. Because it probably would be very easy. Because it's like, this, you know, it's like, my internet provider knows where I live. Holiday tea, it's so good. Why does everything have to be a Monopoly? You know, for fun. SMS was, oh yeah, no, SMS is the older protocol, but iMessage is better. It's always been better. Before they invented iMessage, texting was a chore. Well, texting was fun. Yeah, Candy Wet Owl Ephemeral, exactly. Full name, full name. No one ever understood the point of the board game, which was to... It was, right, it wasn't a celebration of monopolies, it was a condemnation of them. Oh my god. Also, it's a horrible board game, but that's probably because they made it that way. Bring back AOL? Yeah. Let's just bring back the biggest monopoly of them all. I think... No, I have nothing interesting to say. Anyway. Holiday tea. We're finishing the game. I'm finishing my lunch. I love the internet. It gives us so many things. Bring back big oil. I like this energy. I don't want to have to choose. Just have one company do everything. You know, the thing about... So I've been thinking of, like, switching internet providers for a while. The thing about it is that every internet provider is bad. So you don't necessarily have a monopoly, but you do have many bad choices. That's the thing. I'm like, great, I could stay with my current one, which is bad. Or I could go to another one, which is bad. Or I could go to another one, which is also bad. I'm like, can't they just be good instead? You were tempted to get an iPhone as your next phone, but you just bought an iPad. Yeah, I also, like, I had an iPod Touch for a while. And, I was pretty happy with that. Because I didn't want a smartphone. I was like, I don't need a smartphone. I have an iPod. I have a phone that can call people and text people. And that's all I need. But then, finally, my iPod Touch kind of died. And I was like, alright, fine. I'll put music on my phone. But I got an Android. And ever since then, I haven't been able to go back to iOS. I just don't, and I think it's just gotten worse. It's really sneaky though. The way iOS gets worse is like, it looks better. I think iOS is actually one of the only, like, their UI is one of the few UIs that actually looks better over time. It's gotten better, but it's gotten harder and harder, I think, to use if you're someone who actually wants to use your phone. Like, you can't, the file system on all Apple devices, to be honest, impossible to navigate. I'm like, just show me my files, okay? This is my device. I want to see my files on my device. And honestly, Windows is no better because now everything goes to OneDrive immediately first. And I can't stand that. But that's a different issue. Many bad choices. An oligarchy of bad internet providers. Exactly. Internet providers, unlimited internet providers, but no internet providers. And no internet. You know, it's like you've got all these internet providers and there's no internet. Like, oh my god. Yeah, oh my god, the new iPhone? Phones should have buttons. Devices should... You know what I really don't like? Is cars without buttons. And I know that this is not a hot take or anything. I didn't come up with this, but it's like... If you're driving, you shouldn't have to look at a touchscreen to figure out what you're pressing. It's like... Sometimes mechanical things are good, right? I don't want a touchscreen. I was in a friend's Tesla once. They were driving me somewhere. And it was terrifying. For so many reasons. But I'm just like, I don't want to have to look to know what I'm touching. It's like if I'm driving, I need to keep my eyes on the road. I mean, maybe this is a good thing because it'll mean you're not messing with the dashboard menu or whatever. It's like you're just driving, but like that's not gonna work. Anyway, people on their phones. When I see people on their phones in cars, it's like full body like terror. Like you are driving a death machine. You are on your phone. Anyway. The swiping, yeah, I don't know how iPhones work. Sometimes, like, because I'm a tech person, so sometimes people ask me for tech support. They hand me their iPhone, and I'm like, I don't know where anything is here. I don't know how to update any of the settings. I don't know where any of the files are. I don't know how to even look for an app on an iPhone. It's just, and they pride themselves on being so user-friendly. I'm just like, I don't know where any of this stuff is. Internet, more like internet. Wait, are iPhone cameras bad? I thought they were supposed to be good. Oh, they're just not. Okay, they don't let you change the settings. Teslas are terrifying. I do have a friend who owns a Tesla. I'm not proud of it, but in my defense, they're not proud of it either. And also in their defense, the thing about Tesla is that for a while it was the most accessible electric car to get. So for someone who wanted an electric car, who wanted to be, you know, environmentally conscious, Teslas were cheaper. And also, for a while, Teslas, like, were the only mainline electric car. They're not happy about it now, though. So at least they're repentant. Yeah, probably it does. Viper knows why. Yeah, I bought this before Elon went crazy, exactly. The Cybertrucks are horrible! The Cybertrucks are horrible. I cannot understand. So, here's the thing. Hold on one second. The thing about Cybertrucks is that they're ugly. Like, I think cars have gotten uglier in general. And I don't think I have any. I'm not really a car person. I don't really know too much about cars. I wouldn't claim to be an expert, but I do think cars are getting uglier and also bigger, which is a different problem. The thing about a Cybertruck, and it's like everyone has already said it, it looks like it's not fully rendered, you know? It looks like somebody was building a prototype in Blender and just never went back and smoothed it out. And they're just so, and like, of course they're also like exploding. I cannot understand why there are so many of them. Yeah, Elon used to pretend to be woke, exactly. So it's like, but then, of course, now we all know. I just don't understand. Oh, the EU? Bless the EU. Wow, thank you. Felon, that's really funny. I would love cars to have colors. Whenever I see, even if I don't like it, whenever I see a yellow car, I get joy. I don't like the color yellow. When I see a yellow car, I'm like, thank God. Personality. There should be more hot pink cars in the world. You saw one in Aberdeen? Oh no. Oh no, they're encroaching. Is the world getting less colorful? It's so sad. We gotta play Claire Obscure. We gotta bring color back to the world. That's the thing. I want cars. I'm not like, I try not to be like a 1950s chauvinist because I don't think things were good in the 50s. But I do think at least the cars looked fun. I do think 1950s cars look really fun. And were colorful. I need to show y'all one of my favorite paintings. Oh my god, if I can remember. What's the painter's name? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, you can tell I'm really having a day. About 30 seconds. I don't hate my wife. I don't think a woman's place is in the kitchen. I promise. I think women should have their own bank accounts. I promise. I just think the cars were really nice, and I think men should wear hats more. Alright, I don't think the 50s were a good time. I promise every time I talk about how much I love old movies. Oh shoot, I gotta donate to charity. How many subs did we get? Thank you. I'm just checking. Okay. We got Prime sub, we got Raven sub, we got Deeded sub. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna donate to charity. I promise. I promise I'm only a normal terrible person, not an actual terrible person. I'm as terrible as most people living in society are, but I try not to be worse. Vintage aesthetics, not vintage values. I love that. That's my motto. That really is my motto. Okay, I was looking at my favorite. What the heck is the name of this? Oh my god, hold on, sorry, I can never find things when I need to find them on stream. I can never find. I promise it's worth it, everyone. I promise it's worth it. What is her name? Oh my god. Lempika! Oh my god. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Okay. I need to show y'all this picture. Oh, it doesn't actually show as much of the car as I was hoping it would. But, is it really the whole painting? Anyway, I love this painting. Why wear hats? We've got hideous mullets. Bank accounts? Woke. The bar is so low. We probably would appreciate your outfit, Adagio. Unfortunately, there's a cat in your lap. Cat's part of the outfit now. Oh, Raven, that's awesome. I wish... I mean, I know clothes are expensive, and I know we've had this conversation before. But I do wish, like, I don't know. I'm not a very stylish person. I would like to be more stylish. But, I feel like you can't really be stylish nowadays. Like, there's a different kind of style. Please check the Discord for the car McDonald's was given. What? That's crazy. There's just so much less whimsy in the world these days. There's so much less whimsy. No, but Gremlo, you're right. Men's fashion peaked with the mafia aesthetic. Have you ever seen The Sting? With, Robert Redford and Paul Newman? 1973, The Sting. Costumes, peak fashion. Peak fashion. Let me show you guys this. I'm actually so afraid now. I'm gonna show. I've doxed too many people. Oh wow, that's cool. It shows up in the background. Can you guys see the painting? I don't know why I did this. So, we've got the ghost of a painting. Oh. Now I have to figure, why did I have it like this? I love just having like... Okay. Oh, and this is tiny. Okay, this is what I was going for. It's the whisper of a photo. This is one of my favorite paintings. Look at this, look at this. I'm gonna delete the ghost one. And you can't really see the whole car. But I just think this is a great aesthetic. So this is Tamara de Lempicka. She was a modernist painter in the 1920s. Anyway, you get the idea. Cars used to be green. Ours used to be green. Get posted on Yik Yak. Do people still use Yik Yak? Oh my god. Oh, Yik Yak is such a fun platform. It's kind of like Blind, but for college. I don't know if people know what Blind is, because Blind is for corporate. Martine, right. I was thinking about this the other day, like the amount of layers. First of all, yeah, like affording it is crazy. But like, the amount of layers that people would wear back in the day. I mean, you look at Victorian I mean, it's just, were people just constantly sweating all the time? I would want to jump in a river. It's crazy. Right? The day, I remember when fedoras became, like, problematic. And it made me so sad, because for so long I loved fedora. Come on, we used to have style. If you wear nothing but a swimsuit and fishnets. Oh, that's a great Halloween costume. I think it was Trilby's, but I think the uneducated eye would not know the difference, such as my own. Your college egg is popping off at all times. I love that. Did they breathe? Did the fabrics breathe well? Oh, okay. See, that's actually not something I knew. I just assumed people were hot all the time. Also, there was a little ice age a couple hundred years ago, which maybe helped. Temperatures were just naturally a little bit lower. Wait, Martin, I'm sorry. McDonald's was giving away these cars? That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm trying to crunch off. Oh yeah, polyester. Ugh. Wearing plastic just isn't fun. They gotta have the ice fair. The Thames used to freeze over. We used to go ice skating on lakes. Well, ponds, I guess, but we used to get snow. You guys remember snow? Yeah, I guess cotton is breathable. More breathable. Right, that's the thing that upsets me about vegan leathers. I'm like, guys, it's actually not this, it's not the solution you think it is. There used to be snow. We used to have snow. It's crazy the things you miss. Like when I watch the leaves start dying, turning brown and dropping to the ground, I'm like, man, the leaves used to change color. Do you guys remember? Leaves used to actually change color, not just get brown and die. Some of them still do. Maples still change color, and they're beautiful. But so many more trees these days are just dropping their leaves, like, and it just turns to mold. It's sad. Like, yeah, I mean, the farther north you go, that's true. The farther north you go, you're still fine. Well, unfortunately, down here in the south, we're lucky if we get any. Couldn't drive anywhere in the summer without having to clean. Well, Martine, I don't miss that. I don't miss the bug. That's the thing. I live an elaborate double life. I hate bugs, and I wish they would all die. But I also recognize that they are integral to the ecosystem and health of, you know, the natural world. I just wish they would stay away from me. Noah's falling. I miss ice skating so much. So much. They change colors here. Well, I guess down here they're not changing on my farm. I mean, they do still change. Like, that's not the point. Let me rephrase. They still change, but they change later in the season, and also not as many of them really fully have a life cycle of changing colors. I've seen a lot more trees just, they'll go from green to like yellow brown, like just, and start dying. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't know if other people are seeing this. The US is pretty far south. I'm pretty far south in the US. So I'm not getting the best of it. If I was still in New York, or if I was up north somewhere, Seattle, both in Washington and York. I forgot you were in York. So jealous. Wait. Raven, okay. Raven, I have York questions to ask you. Possibly. When have you guys last seen an abundance of dragonflies? I'm terrified of dragonflies. They're so scary. I don't remember them ever really flying in groups. I've definitely seen one or two quite often. You're in the frigid northeast coast of Scotland. You fear it was 61 Fahrenheit today. Thank you for translating to Fahrenheit. But also, yeah, that's really warm. It's October. It's October. I've seen a decent amount of butterflies. I saw a butterfly recently. It was so cool. Butterflies I can survive. Butterflies I will allow. I don't want them to like land on me, but I can look at a butterfly without feeling fear. You wish you were in New York right now? Nobody can drive in Pennsylvania. Just be grateful you're not in New Jersey. New Jersey driving, I think, is the worst. Or, you know, literally anywhere you go. I think the truth of living in the US is every time you leave your state, you just think everyone in the entire state is a terrible driver. But I will say I do think New Jersey driving is a unique form of driving. Yeah, Martini, like most US drivers are bad. But there are some that are worse. Stop signs are suggestions. New Jersey drivers are slow and stupid. Anyone from New Jersey? No? Okay, good. I mean, I think you're allowed to talk. California drivers are mean. See, that's not what I would have expected. The reverse. I feel like California has a reputation for being slow and stupid, and New Jersey would have a reputation for being mean. Oh, the roads get worse. Oh no, that's not good. California drivers are fast and stupid and mean. That is surprising that they're fast. Although I will say, I've never had quite as terrifying of an experience as when my Lyft driver in LA slid, like, just across, like, isn't it, it's the New Jersey slide, isn't it? But this driver that I had across, like, 5 lanes of traffic. Phew! He's like, oh my god, I'm gonna die in California. I don't deserve to die in California. Everything is legal in New Jersey. They can't drive in the rain. Nobody can drive in the rain. Nobody should drive in the rain. Yeah, driving is the— wouldn't that be nice, Gremlo? Driving is the most divisive issue in the States. That would be nice if that was true. People who can't drive in the rain are the weakest link. Wow, okay. Okay, dude. Yeah, that's the thing. I wish driving wasn't so necessary. I mean, I will say, and I think it's the American in me, there is something kind of beautiful about driving when you're like in the zone. When you're going somewhere that you can't get. When you can't get to the place you're going any other way and you need to drive, and like you're having a good drive, people aren't being stupid. When the visibility is good, and there's not a lot of traffic, and you're just that, like, there's something beautiful about that. And I think that's like, unfortunately, the sort of latent American individualistic manifest destiny coming out. But that being said, I don't think people should— I think we shouldn't have to drive. We really shouldn't have to drive. We really shouldn't be building all of our infrastructure around driving. It's so much more dangerous. It's so much worse for the environment. And it's just like, it would be so nice to just get on a train, sit for half an hour, and then end up where you need to be. You know, it would be so much nicer. But there is something special about driving. Martine, yeah, because they have no infrastructure for the snow. Virginia is not prepared for snow. LA is a special corner of hell just in general. Texas is invading Chicago because they don't obey the code of the road. Oh, God. Who go 15 over. Yeah, I'm terrified by, like, I've driven in some pretty terrible rainstorms before. And I wouldn't say— I don't know if I was 25 under. I do— it really depends. Like, if it's just a drizzle, that's something. If the road is flooding and you're going 60 miles an hour on the highway, I'm like, you are asking for death or injury. Like, I've driven in some really bad rainstorms, and I've seen some really horrific driving in rainstorms. The American myth of the road trip is always— the thing is, their road trips really are great. Road trips really are very special. They're so much fun. I've done road trips in the UK. And that was also really fun. But it is much more of, I think, an American ethos. Cautious driving is commendable. And no, exactly, right? It's like, oh, I forget, it's like, the best way to be a good driver is to be a predictable driver, I think is something, like one of my friend's parents used to say or something. Like, you need to be driving in a way that is, other people are expecting you to drive. You do not want surprises on the road. And that's the most terrifying thing to me about driving, is that you have no time to sort of stop and think. Like, you are going at speeds that human brains really shouldn't be able to comprehend. And so you have to just be careful and go with the flow of traffic. But it's like, if you miss an exit, you miss the exit. You do not, like, swerve and try to grab that exit, because it's a collective, right? And that's the thing I think about driving, is that it feels very individualistic because everyone's in their own cars, but you're still part of a system and you still need to work together. Like, if you are not working with the other people on the road, you are the problem. You are the danger. Your college town has buses. It is so nice when you can just hop on and hop off. It's so nice. You got snow so much in Virginia. How the hell are they not expecting it? At that point, that's just lazy. The Yankee mind cannot comprehend buses. It's true. A road trip in the UK. No, it's true. It's like, you're you basically cover the length of the country in one day. Where are the motels? Where are the weird roadside attractions? Where's the world's biggest ball of rubber band? You know? Where's the dinosaur barbecue? Like, the US is so strange. When you get your free bus travel stolen. Man, the young Scott card. Getting older sucks. Well, hitchhiking, is hitchhiking illegal? I think the hitchhiking thing, like, sort of, now that we exist in this era of stranger danger, I don't know if I ever could hitchhike. Because I'd be terrified of either I feel like for some reason, everyone's afraid of axe murders. I don't know when that became a thing. But I'm like afraid. Maybe I'm the murderer too. It's like, it's not just me being afraid of the drug. Like, they have to be afraid of me too. We've lost all trust, I think. That's part of it. Yeah, speed limit is a bad name for it, because everyone is going the speed limit and usually going above it. Right, the speed, exactly. And so, I agree. Like, average speed, 65 miles an hour. I mean, I don't think you should be going 80. That's a different conversation. It's because people kept dying. That's the thing, hitchhiking is such a risk. It's such a risk. The only walkable, no, that's why college is such a beautiful thing. It's like, college is an idyllic place sometimes. In some cases. Because you can walk everywhere you need to go. Like, I think that is Americans are so deprived of walkable cities that the college campus is this, like, Eden. Because it's utterly incomprehensible for us to think of a place where every necessity, every need is met within walking distance. I mean, it's a wonderful thing. Of course, it's also incredibly expensive. But, you know, and then you have buses if you're in a college town sometimes. Less than 20 years ago, amazing. Kids don't even trick or treat anymore? No, wait, really? Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, God, we as a society are so isolated. Like, you can't even take your kids around your neighborhood without, I mean, I don't know. And there are bigger problems, I know. But it's like, it's the things like this that are a sign of bigger problems. Like, you can't trust anyone around you. Or rather, you've been told that you can't trust anyone around you. You can. Most people are good. But we've been trained to isolate ourselves. Just so it's really sad. If the world was a college campus, my dream come true. Sorry, I have a bit of a stuffy nose today, so I'm trying to blow my nose not into the microphone. And that's what I miss the most about the city. I could just walk everywhere. I could just walk pretty much everywhere. And anywhere that I couldn't walk to or didn't want to walk to, I could take the subway. And there was a bus, which I never took because I never wanted to get stuck in traffic. But like, and you had trains to other major cities that were also the thing about the eastern. Not to get on my eastern seaboard pedestal here, but like, we sort of have almost walkable cities with almost functioning public transportation. It's pretty nice if you can afford to live in one of those cities, which at this point I don't think anyone can. But something COVID and yeah. Remember when we spent like 3 years physically isolated from each other, and we watched as people failed to take basic precautions to protect other people, and couldn't trust anyone. Yeah, that's a good point. For me, it was always like the way people refused to minorly inconvenience themselves to save lives. I think that's what really got me about COVID. I was like, there are so many little things you could have done to have helped kept each other safe, and so many people didn't even want to do that. But anyway, East Coast supremacy, yes, always. Sorry, West Coasters, you know it's true. Yeah, almost like Europe did have some good systems. I don't think colonization was a good thing. But like, I do think having basic city planning was a good thing. Like, I do, and that's like visiting. I remember one time when I got back from the UK and I visited Boston. I visited some friends in Boston. I was like, oh, this feels like London. And I was like, ah, that would make sense because this was London once. Something, I mean, you know, what has England ever done for us? Other than giving us, you know, England kind of cooked on something. They got a lot to answer for, but they kind of cooked with, like, the English. Although, I guess we have mostly the French to thank for that. Most of English is really just French and German, I guess. Right, yeah, like if you're from somewhere else and you're going somewhere new, and you decide to erase everything that was already there, well then, you're gonna pull from what you knew. But I do like, I gotta say, I do like European cities. Most of the time. The ones I've been to, at least. Which is a small subset, but I think what I liked a lot about the European cities that I visited was the idea of like a city center, which I don't think we really have in the US. I think most cities are too sort of spread out, and you'll have different neighborhoods, but I feel like at least like every capital I visited had a city center. I'm a big Edinburgh fan. No, we don't have city centers. I love Edinburgh. One day I'll be there. We don't have city centers, we don't have community. No, like the thought of a city center was so foreign to me. So I was thinking about it with New York. I was like, where would New York? And it's like, I guess Times Square. But the thought of going to Times Square is anathema. Like, everyone's trying to get out of Times Square. You know, so I love the idea of like having a place where people gravitate too. It's true, not having community ties. It's divide and conquer, you know? California downtown's becoming abandoned wasteland. I feel like the Californian cities are truly, like, if I was in another life, if I was an anthropologist or, you know, sociologist or something, I would want to study California urban development. Because those are entities unto themselves. We have malls. We had malls. Yeah, we had malls. And that's the other thing about malls, is that malls kind of became our only outlet as like as a place of walkable commerce and a gathering place, right? It's like we had mall. But yeah, malls often are not, I mean, like cities and malls are almost mutually exclusive. If you're in a major city, you're not really within close travel distance of a mall. And if you're not in a major city, the mall is like the only place you have. Meanwhile, strip malls are depressing. Strip malls are strip malls are another kind of uniquely American thing. Because the US is just so spread out. That you just have these like strips of stores on the sides of highways. Yeah, and you have to drive there. You have to drive there. But then once you're there, you can walk, and then again, it's kind of like a little paradise. I mean, think of it. You can walk between all that you can get. You can go clothes shopping, you can get lunch, you can get your nails done, you can go to a movie, you can go bowling. Like, there's something about a mall that is kind of answering, you know, the desire to have a walkable community. Unfortunately, it's all centered around consumption and capitalism, but most things are. And like, you can have a lot of fun in a mall. You know, malls have like live performances and art installations and rope courses. There's a mall in Edinburgh, the Ocean Terminal. Actually, there are 2 malls in Edinburgh, aren't there? Isn't there another one by Haymarket? Ocean Terminal was kind of nice. So malls have made their way to their other countries. People living there couldn't walk from their home. Yeah, oh yeah, and you can't walk to them. The thought of walking to them. Yeah, that's not the point. That's not the point. Ocean Terminal is gone? What? Wait, seriously? No. Really? We are currently undergoing redevelopment, creating a reimagined center to better suit the needs of both the local community and visitors from further afield. They're renovating. Wow. That's crazy. COVID killed it. Oh, I was there pre-COVID, yeah. Oh, wow. And that's the thing, I do think COVID killed a lot of malls over here, too. Yeah, for sure. COVID killed a lot of things. Honestly, like, movie theaters are kind of back, but they're so expensive now that I'm shocked they're still around. Like, I don't know if the film industry has really bounced back from COVID. Oh wait, Martine, you do have malls in the city. Oh, okay. I didn't know. I've also never been to Germany. Oh, Gremblo, so it still served a purpose. Oh, wow. It's hard to imagine that, but yeah, I was only there pre-COVID, so I didn't know. Oh, does AMC do like the movie Tuesdays? Yeah, that's the only way to afford going to the theaters. I should actually remember that. It's so true. The last, like, 3 movies I've seen have been intolerable. Because people talk. I'm like, I'm sorry. You're paying $20 to be here? And you're talking? And you're on your phone? You could be at home. You could be at home watching the movie, talking to your heart's content. I cannot stand it. Yeah, movie theaters are more luxurious, it's true. All the seats are recliners now. Martine, I would book you as a local guide. Oh my god. A special guided tour? I would love that. Theater etiquette is dead. Movie etiquette is dead. People don't know how to act in public anymore. Like, come on, it's not that hard. Please, just sit. I don't know. I feel like it's rich of me to say that. It's like, I just wish people could sit quietly for 2 hours and then go home. You know? Is that too much to ask? St. James Quarter, I don't know. I don't think I know that area as well. Yeah, COVID really did. You're right, I think it did start before. God, I remember going back to Broadway shows after COVID, and for a while they had inserts in all the playbills. Reminding people how to act in a theater. And I was like, this is crazy, people don't know this? But no, because for years people hadn't been going to the theater. It was wild. Subway surfers while watching Joker 2 in 4D. Listen. The thing is, if you want to be on your phone during a movie, that's your life, just turn the brightness down. My biggest problem, I forget what I was going to see. I think it was a Disney movie, honestly. But I went to go see a Disney movie. I think it was like this dad here with his kid. Right in front of me, in the row in front of me. He was on his phone the entire time. Full brightness. Like texting or on, I don't know. It's like his screen was like blinding white light directly in front of me. And I'm just like, if you didn't want to see the movie, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm glad you're spending time with your kid, but you're not really spending time with your kid. Because you're on your phone. Just turn the brightness down. And I had to, oh my god. This was 2 weeks ago. I went to go see a movie. And I had to physically move in the theater. Because the people behind me were talking. And I was like, if I tell them to stop talking, they're not. Because I don't think they have shame. Because if they had shame, they wouldn't be talking in movie theater. So I literally just moved across the theater. Maybe that's me. Maybe I should be more confrontational. But I just couldn't bear the thought. I couldn't bear the thought of telling them to shut up and then having them continue talking. Because oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I went to a concert once at Carnegie Hall. It was a daytime concert. It wasn't like super fancy Carnegie Hall concert. But it was still at Carnegie Hall. And there was a woman sitting next to me who was this was a two-pronged offense because she was coughing the whole time and not wearing a mask, and I was like, great, I'm gonna die. But also she was on her phone the whole time. Again, Carnegie Hall, like, and you know, it's not like Yo-Yo Ma was playing. It wasn't a big name, but still, Carnegie Hall. And she was on her phone booking flights. I was like, and I think I actually did say something, like there was an intermission or something, and because it was really distracting, because again, full brightness, like I wish people would just turn the brightness down. So I thought, I don't know, I was like, I'm gonna try to say something, what's the worst that could happen? And she got so mad at me. She was like she was offended that I was asking her to put her phone away at a concert at Carnegie Hall because it was distracting me from the concert. Because she wanted to be on, and I was like, you didn't have to pay for a concert. Like, I cannot get over the fact we were at Carnegie Hall. She presumably paid to be there. Maybe she got the ticket for free. I don't know. Like, but still, it's like she was choosing to be there and choosing to be on her phone, and I can't understand that. I can't understand that. And I was mortified. So I was like, oh, I'm so how dare I ask you to stop me from enjoying the concert that we were presumably both here to see. It was, sorry. I forgot about this until just now. I actually repressed that memory. It was the most mortifying thing I've ever experienced. It was a terrible concert too. I haven't been back since. But oh my god. I just couldn't get my head around, I could not wrap my head around it. I was like, I don't understand how I am suddenly the villain for asking. I wasn't telling. I wasn't yelling at her. I was like, hey, I'm so sorry, but like the phone is really distracting. Would you mind? And she like just went off. I was like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am here for the concert. So I will never talk to someone again. Yeah, the concert was, well, the concert wasn't bad. Sorry, let me clarify. It's a long story. It's a long story. The concert was good. The concert was good. It just wasn't the concert I had hoped to attend. And it was like different groups coming in. I made a mistake. Anyway, different story. And I also just couldn't get over the fact that she was booking a flight on her phone in the middle of Carnegie Hall. I was like, where are you going that you need to be booking the flight right now? Unless you're booking it like for today and you're trying to get out of here. And I get it. I get it that people live their lives, right? And people have, but it's like she could have just left. No one was holding her there. Maybe she liked the background music. I don't know. It was so crazy. I'm sorry. I'll stop now. I'm done. I'm done. Woo! Oh my god. Let me catch up. They should have an usher stand up on stage. They do have ushers stand, like, at some shows they have ushers who will, like, talk to specific sections of the audience. But I do think it would be helpful if they were just on stage. Yeah. With the fear of God and the bang on the pulpit. Amazing. Give baby iPad. I just wish the baby didn't have to have the iPad. Oh, like, this is the thing. I saw another movie recently, and there was a kid. First of all, this movie was not a movie a kid should have been at. But I'm pretty sure there was a kid there because I heard a kid voice. And you know what else? What else I also heard for the entire movie? I heard audio. I heard this person, whoever this was, on their phone watching videos for the entire movie. This was a 2.5-hour movie. They were on their phone watching videos, and I'm like, just don't go. Just don't go, okay? Or if that's your kid, and you want to see a movie, and they don't want to see the movie, give them headphones. Get them a babysitter. Oh my god, it's just like, you're like, the thing is, people pay to go to these things. I can't, I'm so wound up about all of this. You glare at people? My glares don't have the same strength. My glares don't work. Oh, Martine. Yeah, that's the thing. Now I'm like, I think if I was gonna do it now, I would just be so mean to people that I can't do it. Yeah, Dodge, you're like, my glares don't work either. Hey, Caitlin, welcome on in. Yo-Yo Ma mentioned, exactly. Now, for the record, I have seen Yo-Yo Ma. Although not in concert, actually. I saw him in a rehearsal, which is much better, I think. Oh, Martine. I know, but that's the thing. It's like there's just so many... There's so many things to be angry about. Anyway. Oh, God. Oh, God. Treat them like toddlers? I wish. But then I end up just feeling like a toddler. Like, that's what really gets me about that interaction, is that I thought I was being a mature adult. And then I got scolded for scolding someone else, and I was like, okay, well, I'm never doing that again. It was crazy. Oh my god. Oh, Martine, no, the proper train etiquette is you let other people go off. You let other people go off before you go on. That's the whole point. You were looking at flights in a math lecture and you were sure the lecturer looked over your shoulder. That's funny. But at least you're not like, I don't know. I get that, and I'm sure the thing is, whenever I get really annoyed about things like this, I have to stop myself. I have to take a step back and think about all the things that I do that are probably really annoying to other people. And then I have to like humble myself, because I'm just like, and because the thing is, I can't even think about it, but I'm sure there are so many things I do that other people are like seething about. The same way I'm seething when people are on their phones during, and it's just like, you know, we all annoy each other, and we all have to live together. We all just have to figure it out, you know? Oh. You saw them exmatriculate right there? That's actually that's so funny. I love it when it's like you see someone drop the course in the lecture hall. Oh, Adagio, no, not quite that bad. But still, get them a pair of headphones. Local movie theaters kind of horrendous. These are multiple, I've been to, this is over the years. Although I guess both of these were recent. Yeah, people don't know how to act. You look chronically depressed, so people just see your eyes staring into their soul. Be condescending as hell. I can't. I can only be unintentionally condescending. I don't think I can summon it, you know, intentionally. Oh yeah, Martine, you're entirely in the, oh my god. People try to, yeah, that's ridiculous. That's, no. And in that case, you power on. What channel should you put the outfit in? Great question. Wherever. What do you feel like it's saying? Self-promo or creative pro? I don't think it's general is fine, honestly. Or what is the channel called? Hoot. Or creative if you feel particularly proud of the outfit. Or whatever. You know what, Adagio? Do what your heart tells you to do. The Discord has no. It's a lawless place. Oh. Don't you just want to go crazy? It wasn't a drop course. That person fully left uni entirely in that moment. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, but like that's the thing, and you know what? Maybe I should give this woman more credit. She was booking a flight. She knew she needed to get it. I didn't see when the flight was for, but maybe she just knew she needed to get out of there. And who am I? Who am I to stop her? You know? Who am I to tell her what she can and cannot do? I just wish she didn't have to do it sitting directly next to me, coughing on me. But you know, it's her life. Audience etiquette is dead. Public decency is dead. Like, boundaries are dead. Nobody, like, awareness of other people is dead. I just want, I don't know, you know what? It's because the iPod died. We used to have advertisements of people wearing headphones. We used to have advertisements of people wearing headphones. And that was cool, and that was fashionable. And now we don't. But people don't wear headphones anymore. Your cane has a sticker that says, extended sounds of brutal pain. Owl Lady, you can quote Shakespeare to stream chat. You're right. I can be pretentious. You're right. I gotta remember that. People don't cover their mouths when they cough. Oh god. It's like, it's so gross. Right, AirPods are invisible and people are probably afraid of losing them. Things, again, I'm not saying everything was better in the past, but certain things were better. Like headphones. I remember when AirPods came out, I was like, that's stupid. You're gonna lose them. I'm gonna stick with my wired headphones. And now it's almost impossible to find a phone that has a headphone jack. And the thought of having to plug in an adapter to your phone just to be able to use headphones? It's crazy. So I bought my new phone. I bought a phone that had a headphone jack, and it sucks. It's a bad phone, which is really annoying. Why do I have an interview tomorrow? Oh god. I should never check my phone. That's the thing. It's a bad phone, but it's like the only one that had a headphone jack and that didn't have AI baked in, except now it does. I couldn't even uninstall Gemini from my phone after the latest update. I had to disable it. I don't want all of this stuff. I don't want it. I just want Rick. I just not like, I think, I don't know, it's like setting aside my clinical disliking of change. I just don't think all changes are good. I just think some things are getting worse. I think we're all turning into Caitlyn, which is a wonderful thing to turn into. We should all aspire to be Caitlyn. When you're clearly wearing noise-canceling headphones. Yeah, that was funny. That's like, come on. You're clearly not in the mood. Clearly not in the mood. You wear wired headphones solely for the drip? I mean, it's for the drip, but also it's convenient. They never run out of battery, you know? You're never gonna lose them. They're never gonna fall out of your ears and into a grate or something. Between train tracks. I really like wired headphones. I don't have a Pixel. Do Pixels have headphone jacks? I have like a Samsung A15 or whatever. Like it's an off-brand. It's not an off-brand, but it's not a mainline phone. Yeah, and that's the thing about the new phones is that they all are just, like, the Galaxy AI is everywhere. Back in my day, 10 years ago, like, it wasn't even that long ago. 5 years ago. You used to be able to search something on Google and get back actual results. You know? And now you just get AI that you can't turn off. It's like, I wish I was more open to change. There used to be snow! Like, I want to like change. I think I would like change better if things were changing for the better. You know? But I just feel like they're not. You can barely pirate anything these days. The Wii. Well, and console, I mean, that's the thing. I'm like, why do we need a Switch 2? Didn't the Switch just come out and it was like 8 years ago? Life moves too fast when you've lived for 400 years. Oh man. Posted the outfit in Discord. Oh, exciting. Oh, yeah, okay. Adagio. That is style. Oh my god. Wait, this is incredible. That's great. That is what I wish, like, I wish there was more of that. I wish people were just going out there and rocking. He's playing relaxing autumn music. We don't need relaxing autumn music. We've had the Claire Obscure soundtrack going for the last hour. The Switch 2 feels so mid. Like, it's not even a new console. It's literally the Switch 2. And I guess that's what the PlayStation has been doing for the last 30 years. But still. Vintage inspired, but modern. No, but that's great. I love a remix. We won't live past this century, but I want us to. That's the thing. It's like, I think underneath all of this fear and inertia is a deep buried hope and optimism. Like, I want the human race to survive and succeed and thrive. You know, it's like, I want things to get better. And I know they can, and I'm probably not doing enough to make them better, but, like, I feel like it can get better, you know? And it's like, and when, I mean, and it's like, little things, like, not little things, but that's why I love art. So I feel like art is kind of that manifestation of hope. Yeah, so we can hope that the human race won't live past the century, but we can also hope that 300 years from now, people will be looking back at Claire Obscure. I don't know, maybe. I don't know if any video game. That's the thing. I think it's really scary to be alive right now because everything feels permanent and ephemeral at the same time. Like, everyone talks about how, anything you say on the internet is there forever, but also it's like, if a data center goes down, everything is gone. You know, suddenly everything is gone. And it's like, even back in, but I guess like nothing is I'm having an existential crisis, guys. I'm spiraling. This stream. We gotta play the game. I'm about to go down. Ooh. It would be so easy to make it better. That's the thing. I really think like there are so many, like it could be so much easier. So it could be so much better so easily. We just need like a couple of billionaires to not be billionaires. And maybe just to not be there anymore. Oh, I know, I'm having a real crisis now. No, because do you ever think, I always think about hard drives and how you back up all your data to a hard drive. You're like, because I don't trust the cloud. And so I'm gonna back my data up so that if my computer goes kaboom, I've still got it. But if your hard drive goes kaboom, where does it go? And then I was like, but it's okay, because books decay, and, you know, fire happens, water happens, like, nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. And so the fact that we have so many records from so long ago, and so much of human history has survived when you think about it. Because I think a lot of the time, and Martine, you can probably speak to this more than me, archaeologists and historians are probably spending so much time thinking about how little remains, right? It's like how few records there are of historical societies and people. But when you think about how much is still around, that's kind of a miracle. When you think about how we record, you know, books, like paper doesn't last forever, but people reprint books. You know, it's like even Jane Austen was 200 years ago. And there are first editions of Jane Austen's books probably still around because they've been preserved. Like the fact that people care enough to preserve these things. Human nature is to pass on the good things. And it's beautiful that we've been doing that for so long. Humans have been around for a long time. And we have records of so many good things and bad things because that's, oh my god, okay. I'm awake now. This is good. Your next tutorial where you're discussing socialism and all the people in your class seem like rich kids, so they need to learn. Oh, our bones will be encased in the microplastics we consumed all of our lives. But you think about, like, I mean, we have, like, thousands of years old scrolls and you know, and art has survived. All it takes is a few horrible people and you can lose, you know, hundreds of years, right? You burn down a library and suddenly all of that is gone. But I don't know, the fact that so much of it is still there. Great. It's great. I think there's a lot to be hopeful about, you know? Because at the end of the day, we all want to survive. We all want to be remembered. And so you just have to hope that, you know, we keep going. I'm spiraling. We should play the game, shouldn't we? That's probably what the game is about. I don't know. I haven't really figured it out yet. Oh my god, we're about to get an ask. They'll be encased in fingerprint powder instead. Oh, lovely. Oh, you're in a fighting mood more than usual. And that's the thing, it's like, sometimes you do have to fight, right? You have to fight for the things that matter. And it sucks that we have to fight, but that's how history always is. Alright, Gold Booty, thanks for hanging out. I'm glad we had I did not intend to chat for an hour and a half, but I'm glad I did. Good to see you. And enjoy, if you ever get back to the game, enjoy it as well. Broke loser hasn't even read Death's comment. Playing Claire Obscure for 1 hour and 30 minutes. I mean, I've had the game open this whole time. I've had the game open, so technically it counts. You know, there's a show that I really like that I'm not gonna say the name of. You all know what it is, because I've been talking about it for the last 2 months without naming it. But there is a quote in the show where one character says to another character, talking about, he's talking to his brother, and he's saying to his brother that another character said to him 6 years ago, that we need to be grateful for what we have, right? So it was a time of crisis, and character C says to character A, we need to be grateful for what we have, and character A is now telling this to character B. Character B turns back to character A and says, but we have to fight for it too. We can't just be grateful. We have to fight for it. And I think that's true. The Shoe Show! You remember, yes! It's the Shoe Show! Or the infamous show TM, exactly. Yeah, and so that I think is a very apt quote for, I mean, that's what we're talking about right now. Oh no, Adachi was quoting a song. but still. I wish more people could learn. It's true. I wish more people could be like the French. I wish I could be like the French. Oh, don't remind me of Etoile. Oh. No, not the Ballet One Adagio, but I really like that show. That was a show gone before its time. Oh my god. It really could have been something. It really could have been, Étoile could have been a really good show. I really liked the first season, and I think it could have been so much more than it already was. But Amazon is evil, so we don't get good shows. Thank you, Martine. Instead of thoughts, you have song lyrics. I get that. I get that. I've been there. I am there. Most of the time. Alright. We've only been playing for 50 hours, chat. This is great. We can be- that's the thing, it's like, if the French can do it, why can't we? You know? If he can do it, so can she. If she can do it, so can we. There you go, there's your song. I wanted to double check. No, but the problem is the government has more guns. The problem about the gun distribution in this country is that everyone who shouldn't have a gun has it. That's kind of the problem. Like, and I'm not saying anyone should have a gun, but the people who might possibly make positive change with guns are not the people who have guns. Anyway, he is here doing what needs to be done. I can't do anymore. Oh, this is important. Oh, this is actually a conversation. Whoops. Yeah, the French are just like, you know what? We're not happy about this. Death to the government. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, good for them. It'll be hard. It would be hard. You look at guns daily, the people who have guns do not use them as right, that's the other thing. It's just, it is hard. It's hard to fight back. It is hard to fight back when you are not already accustomed to it. Like, it's a difficult mindset to change. It's true, like, people shouldn't have guns. But while they do, they should use them productively. It's like, if there was ever a time to use guns, that's what they're for. Oh, gosh. I don't like guns. I don't like the idea. I don't like the noise. Although I guess they have anyway. I want Twitch to ban me. What can't you do anymore? Yes, unless. No, maybe I should never stop. But the boy has gone silent. Okay, I don't know what that can we bring back swords? Okay, so I wanted to double check before we go and finish the game. I wanted to go back to the continent. Crooked Tower Walkway. Someone remember that. Crooked Tower Walkway. Martine, I would say you could come here, but I don't think you should come. I don't think here is any better. Unfortunately. I mean, maybe we'll figure it out. Oh, well, Deed is offering. I was gonna, like, I don't know if here is any better. Because we are basically looking at what Germany did 80 years ago, and we were like, yeah! Or I guess more like 190 years. So I wanted to double check. But you, yes. But you are welcome here. Is there anywhere I should go before the end? So we've done all of the stuff. I think you know what, let's go to camp. Let me double check. I think I've done everything with everything. But I wanted to warm up a little bit before we went straight in. I guess we warmed up by talking for an hour and a half. But, wanted to warm up a little bit before we went.
Is there anyone special you'd want Mayal to bring back?
We already did this.
Yeah, and all the expedition.
Yes.
And
I think we've done everything. Let's do some inventory management, guys. Oh, to create my own school of fencing in the 1500s. I have to say, for everything, and again, not to romanticize the past, but for all of the flaws that, like, the 16th century, so 15th or 16th century, like, Florence and Venice had, for all of their flaws, the idea of, like, royal patrons and all of the kind of Renaissance, like, again, it's about vintage aesthetics, not vintage, what was the phrase? Not vintage values. It's like, and I think Adagio's mentioned this before, like having, being an artist with a rich patron, just, you know, and just sort of pouncing around in a fancy outfit all day painting. Like that would have been great. Right, we're gonna start a commune. We're gonna start a commune. Yeah, New Zealand, that's kind of crazy. Where did the highest ranking officials of Nazi Germany go after the highest levels of the American government? It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. You don't think you're technically skilled enough to migrate to Germany? Not, you know, it needed. I'm sure once you have your degree. Right? Noise. Oh, man. Okay, speaking of technically skilled, we gotta level everyone up. Oh, or not. Powerful. I'm not gonna use that. Got 4. Oh, I can't. Oh, I haven't been using Lune. Oh, who's my dream team for the last battle? Oh, shoot. We're gonna have to figure this out. Meanwhile, Minoko's. I think Minoko is my dream. Your degree is very niche and specific. Oh, oh yeah, because I guess it's forensic, so it's very tied to the local law. CL solo carry. That's a choice. I think Minoko solo carry at this point. I think he might have what it takes. Can we upgrade anything else? Verso might be the one. Verso's doing pretty good. Can we get to level 20? Probably not. Which weapon do I even want to use? See, that's the thing, is I don't know what to expect. So I don't know if it's worth it to level anything up. Hey, Nimbite, welcome on in. Nuclear bomb Mael. Maybe. Lithium. I thought this was lithium. I was like, okay. Alright, girl, do what you need. Commit green card shenanigans in Minecraft. Germany. Oh god. Yeah, man, it's the same everywhere. Does Germany have government subsidized healthcare? Like, do they have a public healthcare or is it private? What is she using right now? She's using this. Oh, on virtual. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that's good. We're at level 20 here. We're at level 13. Oh, you could do better, girl. You could do better, probably. Physical. Burn him alive. Oh. Gremlo, are you very subtly hinting that I should go for a fire build? Is this a very subtle hint? Red ore versus hydrogen. Just, you know, throw a blimp at him. You do, but it's complicated. I think it's, yeah, that makes sense. It's complicated. Many places. Brutal considering the lore. Oh, true! Because there was literally a fire in their house. That's not funny. Mael might be in the running for strongest party member in an RPG. I haven't been using Mael very well, then, in that case. I have really been underutilizing her. Okay. Fire build. Fire build. Fire build. We don't have any fire weapons. That's okay. Let's give him. Yeah, level 20. Woo. And let's bring back. I miss Lune, honestly. I really do. But if I give her fire, or 100% critical chance. 100% critical chance. Oh. Pre-patch doing billions, did she actually? That's crazy. Private gets all the service. Yeah, Martine, that's what I've heard of a lot of like public healthcare systems where it's like the private ones are still end up being better. Yeah, but in America, private gets you nowhere, and better private still gets you nowhere, and public healthcare? Ha. Best private gets you on your... Yeah, best private gets you. Are you sure you're not hysterical? Fire Lumina. Okay, so we're just going full fire here. And everything's getting worse. We are such an optimistic bunch of people. I love us, chat. I love us. What is she doing? What is she doing? 20% increased burn damage. Oh, we're going full burn. Except I can't. Except I can't. I don't have resplendent chroma. Whatever. It's fine. Fine. Oh, and he's got fire too, but this is not. I can't make that any better. Right, is everyone at a level 20 who can be at a level 20? Sure. Does she have a fire? It's fine. Oh, base attack applies 2 burn. Why did I not upgrade this one? Why did I not upgrade this one? Oh my god, this one. Sorry, I keep moving my mouse. This one. This one. This one. This one. I can't. Anyway. Your Chancellor, someone you were very afraid. Is that? Oh god, I knew his name. Schultz. Not. Schultz. Right? Is he Chancellor? No, he was Chancellor. Who's the current Chancellor? Friedrich Merz. Okay. Olaf Schultz was the Chancellor. Wait, no. Wait, yes. Okay, I did know. You can't be hysterical. Your uterus wandered so far and left your body. It's gone now. No more hysteria. Rural Alaska. We gotta find the last remaining glaciers. The strongest ice attack ever. There's also no sunlight in Alaska. Please look up a picture of Friedrich Merz. Okay. I'm not gonna put him on stream because I don't want that. Oh, he's scary looking. He looks like a movie villain, actually. He kind of does. Like, he kind of looks exactly like what you would think. He looks like a James Bond villain, you know? He looks like the sardines! Yeah, he looks like a Doctor Who villain, exactly. Then for a second I thought you meant Francois was an unlockable party member and I got really scared that I missed out. Alright, who gets one more? I guess we can end. He has business with BlackRock. Yeah, he looks like- yeah, he looks like the Sherlock villain. Yes! Yes! Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Now we do full fire. Full fire build. Full fire build. Full fire. Critical hits play burn. Ooh, it's creepy looking. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, Mycroft. Never mind. Who was I thinking of? I was thinking of the other guy. Mark Gatiss. Mark Gatiss is doing a show with the RSC this season and I'm really mad about it. Diamond Forlock. Professor Lazarus, also Mark Gatiss, which I assume you know. Moriarty? No, don't slander Andrew Scott like that. Okay, alright. Fire. 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 Okay, so she's healing. We're gonna take Minoko out of the party, so she's gonna be support. Revive. We'll just do wildfire? Or do we want fire? No, we don't want that. Emily. Applies 2 more burns if the target is marked. Hold on. Medium fire damage to all enemies. We don't need all of those. Don't diss Moriarty. What other villain is there? The one from like season 4? I forget who it was now. I just have a vision of someone in my head. I was reading reviews of Andrew Scott's Hamlet, and people were very split on it. I don't know if I like his Hamlet or not. Is he in Hamlet? He's not in Hamlet, is he? I need to see Fleabag so much. Oh my god. I need to see Fleabag. I think I need to see Fleabag. Oh my god. Sorry. I need to see Fleabag. It'll probably make me even worse as a person, but I think I need to watch it. As soon as the show I can't name is over, I'll watch Fleabag. I'll watch it with you, yes, oh my gosh, yes. His sister, do I remember that? I don't remember that. I'll watch it with you. I'll watch it with you. Or you'll watch it with me. Wait, have you seen it? Andrew Scott also did Hamnet? Oh, okay. I didn't know. Let's make it a thing. Let's make it a thing. You know what I love more than anything else is I love scheduling things. I love planning to do things. Yeah, I think it will make me a really, really horrible person. It will destroy me. In a way that I think the thing is, I keep thinking I can't get worse. Which is a hubristic thing to say. I know I can get worse. And I think Fleabag will make me worse. Let's see, what else can we do here? Dispels self-satisfaction. He doesn't really do anything. Doesn't really do anything. But Caitlin, have you seen Fleabag? I'm scared. I'm really scared of it. What do you do? Removes all status effects. I don't know whether Renmar does status effects. Yeah. It'll pat. That actually, I've seen that scene, and I didn't like that scene. That scene made me unhappy. In many ways. Okay. Okay. So, what do we want our build to be for the end? This is like the end of time. We need a build. Okay. We want Verso to be... This is so stressful. This is so stressful. Okay, double mark I like. Revive with 100% health. This has been really useful for him so far. Energizing cleanse. This is only the first negative status. Have we? Oh, maybe we should go level up our, we should go level up. Okay, you know what we're gonna do is we're gonna level up our Pictos before finishing the game. The show kind of altered your brain chemistry a bit. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, enjoy your lasagna. It's just like Peep Show. Yeah, I don't think it's like Peep Show. Oh my god. The thing is, I've seen one episode of Fleabag, and I was like, this is good, but I don't know. And I know that that is like the danger. That is a red flag. When you watch a show and you're like, maybe I'll come back to it. That's a sign that you're not ready for it yet, but you will be. And you have to wait. Right? I'm a big believer. I've said this before. I'm a big believer in letting media find you when it's meant to happen. Okay, so I should go level up some of these. And then we'll finish the game. That's what happened the first time I saw Richard II. And I highly recommend to everyone the Hollow Crown adaptation of Richard II. The first time I saw Richard II, I said to myself, oh, this is really good. And then I went to sleep. And that was it. And that was it. Right? So it's like, if it's something where you're like, this is good, I'll never think about it. But I'm not phrasing it well, because there are plenty of things you'll watch where like it's good and then you move on. But like there's a certain kind of thing where it's like you're planting a seed, right? Finds you when you least need distraction. When you're most vulnerable. And then it finds you anyway. I hope this media finds you. Who's the one who does burn on base attack? Mael? Oh, I can't. Who does burn on base attack? Base attack applies 2 burns. Not doing as much damage, but that might be worth it. Double burn, healing. Okay. Some things need time. They need to steep, you know? They need to steep. Dragon Age Finals Week. New Doctor Who oh no. Oh my god, Gremlo. That is a special cocktail of emotions right there. That really is. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna go. I have to figure some stuff out first. We're not gonna fight the boss yet. I may be like overthinking this, but I wanna figure something out. Because I wanna beat the boss first try. Wanna impress you all. You can't remember the last time media hit me and then hit. So, the show that shall not be named, I remember 2 years ago watching it because it's been running for a couple years. I remember watching it and like getting into it for a season. I was like, oh, this is really good. And then I stopped thinking about it completely after the season was over. Just complete, and then 2 years and then it was still running. And then I'm like, oh, wait a second. Oh, okay. And now, and the same thing happened with Richard II 2 years ago. 2 years, so it's like, it's really interesting. It's always, like, there's foreshadowing in life. There really is. Is that a unique experience? It's a pretty, you know what, Kreml, I gotta say. It might not be unique, but it very well might be. You don't want to be past level 60 if you want Renoir to be a fun challenge. Okay, we'll get to like 55. How about that? It'll be just shy of too easy. How about that? Yeah, I used to talk about Richard before I got crazy. Uh-oh. Before it became my whole personality. I talked about it as if it was just a normal thing. I think it's so funny. I was looking back at some old clips, and I was talking about Shakespeare for so long. But there is a shift that happened. I don't know if you guys can see it. But there's been a shift. Byro, welcome on in. How are you doing? We're gonna finish the game today. You're just in time. We're just warming up before we do it. I just want to go maybe like explore 1 or 2 locations just for fun. And then we're gonna finish the game. But how are you doing? Welcome on in. We're supposed to do the painting workshops after we finish the game or before? Because I want to do one of them. Let's go to the Dark World. Let's just go. It's the closest thing. It's the closest thing. We'll go there. This game needs to let you do beacons, like in Breath of the Wild. Because otherwise I'll never find any. Hades 2, how are you liking it? It looks awesome. I'm a little jealous actually that I'm not into it. You get a cute witch hat for all the emotes? Oh, happy Halloween! Here, this looks like a fun challenge. Just kill one of these things. It'll be great. Oh, this is one of the flesh things. You want a Doctor Who episode in the world of Claire Obscure? That's an idea I can't say I've ever had, but I do like the thought. There was a change. For anyone who was paying attention, there was a change. But it's really funny to me to see how long it's been going on and how many forms it's taken. Because there's definitely been a change. Yeah, that's the thing. Doctor Who isn't good anymore. Do not go to Renoir's drafts or the. Okay, thank you.
Let's call the
Oh, Borgia. I wish this game had so many. Yeah, we can never get a good Doctor Who episode ever again. Hades 2 is amazing. I'm so glad. I'm glad it's a sequel that's actually living up to everything, all of the hype. Please.
target locked.
Oh, and her base attack. Stop, she has so many picks. Oh my god. Oh, I have to give her, oh, I have to give her, what's it called? I have to give her the thing. Okay. Sort of madness that started to show itself for sure. I'm not mad. I am not mad. They're Topaz. Not them going, oh god. I don't want to think about Doctor Who. It's so... I was thinking about it the other day. I was talking to someone about it who was like, used to be a casual fan. And they were like, what's going on these days? Is it getting a new season? And I couldn't stop myself from going on a 20-minute rant about how they should never get a new season and how bad it had gotten and how And it was really bad. It was like, and I think they were just like, they were not happy with me. I was not happy with, nobody was happy with the situation. But I couldn't stop, like I could not stop myself. They called me crazy once. Oh, it's fun to be crazy. It really is. Let's just keep burning. I have to give her per se. No, it's not per se. It's not Flurry of Fury. It's the other one. The other one. It was just, I just can't understand how everyone was okay with it. Everyone was okay with it. I don't understand how everyone was okay with it. So many people needed to say yes to that. So many people needed to let it happen. That's crazy. It's crazy. But that's the thing, right? It's so easy for disaster to strike. We're over level with it. Oh, she's burning on base attack. Oh, I should give that to my L. Eats Versa. Oh, come on. Oh, could I have dodged that? They put that on television. They put that on Disney Plus. They put that on Disney Plus. I can't believe it. Not that Disney is like, you know, paragon of quality, but still. Oh my god. Oh. It's like I would and I remember I went back and watched the Classic Who episodes with Narani, in them before the finale, and I would rather have like just rubber rats. What did Ash use? I'd rather. That's the thing. That's the thing. Everyone spent years trashing Moffat and how he couldn't write women and how it was. And I was like, you know what? At least he wrote women. At least he wrote them. Maybe they were badly written, but at least he wrote them and didn't put them in a box. I will never get over this. They went so far left that they came. It's so, no, seriously, they went so, like, they thought they were being woke and they ended up writing the most, like, misogynistic thing possible. And straight up, like, race. I mean, it was so bad. It was so bad. It's fine. I'm fine. It's fine.
Flame engulfs my blade.
Oh, never mind.
I'm ready.
Oh, I forgot she's only doing half damage. She's only doing half damage. It's actually not. This is maybe not the best build for her. This is what I'm figuring out. This is what I'm figuring out. It's not the best build for her. This is good. Good. Oh, I don't have. Oh. Oh. Okay. All right. Gotta give her the switcheroo.
The dance begins.
I do like that we've just got massive burn. Hashtag trad wife. Seriously, giving up your life for. I mean, it's your choice. If you want to give up your whole career for a baby you didn't have before now, we've implanted memories of this baby that you never had before now, and the audience is supposed to just go along with this before now. No, and I listen. River was for me was a character that got worse every time she came back. And it made me upset. But also, yeah, no, he was very like Moffat is not. He's got issues. He's got issues. Every Doctor Who writer has got issues.
Ready to carry.
Oh no, come on. I don't think Lune can solo. Don't say that one Christmas special if you mean... Do you mean the Husbands of River song? I hate... Did Moffat write Jack? Or did, did Russell write? Because Russell, that was his character, but it was he was introduced in Moffat episode. You like that episode? Oh, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. Not that episode. Not that episode. She can't. Oh, this is a bad build. Alright, we're learning things. Does that do any damage? No. Just, oh, it is doing damage. Can't see it. There. Oh, they're back now. Yeah, the universe forced her into Marvel. God, it's crazy. River in her first in the library episodes was so good, and I also really liked River in A Good Man Goes to War. But I think that was it. Yeah, no, literally, Moffat is like, I love when that's his whole thing. That's his whole thing. That's actually him. It's like, I love women. I promise. Martine, don't be lasagna. Archaeology and library. It's a great episode. Archaeologist. The way she would say archaeologist. It's just upgrade. Spyro, we all love women here. We all love women here. Especially when they're dominatrixes. Okay, so I've learned a couple things. Firstly, we don't need this. We need thermal transfer. She can't, okay, so we can apply 2 and 2. Okay, cool. Faints. Spyro's like, I would love a woman to step on me. Yeah, oh, but Kaylin hates women. Sorry, you're right. That's all, listen, that's all women are good for, right? Having babies, stepping on people. It does, I think... Did he actually say that? Like, he's got problems. I love when women step on me, that's so funny. Wait. I'm looking this up, just to double check. But it's true, like, I remember for a while he was not really responding to the criticism. This is so funny. Insane right-wing misogynist. I'm none of those things, Stephen Moffat said. I'm not. Sorry. Oh my god. I'm looking for a quote, sorry. Hitchcock. Oh, this is terrible. Sorry, I'm reading a Guardian article about Moffat now. Talking about a show he did with David Tennant called The Inside Man. Don't watch it, it's really creepy. Moffat cites Hitchcock's 1966 film Torn Curtain to make his point. That is really not... That is a red flag. That is a red flag. Moffat has enough red flags for, like, a whole army, of course. But... Sorry, I'm rereading this. Yeah, listen, okay, here we go. Moffat balks at criticisms of people calling him, like, so he says, he names 2 leading female characters he created for Doctor Who. River Song, quote, River Song, Amy Pond, hardly weak women. It's the exact opposite. You could accuse me of having a fetish for powerful, sexy women who like cheating people. That would be fair. End quote. End quote. An insane article. He's insane. Okay, like don't get me wrong. He's insane, okay? I don't want to be defending how he writes women. Because he's insane. But it's kind of like it's the thing is he also, for all of his faults, of which there are many, he did write the best Doctor Who of the modern era. And it's unfortunate that we've never had an era of Doctor Who that is unproblematically good. But I guess you don't really have unproblematically good TV because everyone is problematic. Awful people can write good things. I was talking about this yesterday with people about Neil Gaiman and how awful people can write good things and how Neil Gaiman is an awful, awful person. But he has written incredibly, incredibly good books. And the shows that have been, like we were talking about Sandman. And it's like, the unfortunately, bad people can do good things. And good people can do bad things, right? And it's like, we don't live in a world where you can just be good, unfortunately. That being said, you shouldn't support them, and you shouldn't apologize for them, and you shouldn't ignore it, right? Yeah, I can't be a misogynist if I when I see them as objects. I also like to tell people a lot that Clara is the best female character that Moffat ever wrote because he didn't write her as a woman. And this is not true for the first season she's in. He wrote her as a woman for the first season. Once season 8 starts, he started writing her as the Doctor instead of as a quote-unquote, woman TM. And that's why she's a good character. And so I do think, and it probably is optimistic of me, but I always had a hunch that if Stephen Moffat had written the 13th Doctor, and they just didn't tell him that it was a woman, the 13th Doctor would have been a really, really, really good Doctor. Because the problem with Chris Chibnall is, Chibnall was writing a female Doctor, whereas we should have just had him writing a Doctor. So, that's my biggest complaint about the Chibnall era. Although I do think the Chibnall era, for all of its faults, actually does have a lot of good things now. Especially looking at RTV2 era, looking back, it's easy to be nostalgic. But yeah, the fairy tale, that's the thing. It's like Stephen Moffat still, for all of his faults, still wrote the best era of Doctor Who. And he still wrote the 12th Doctor, who is the best Doctor. And I think a lot of that does come from Peter Capaldi. The TARDIS keys in the lava scene is insane. Because you finally have someone who can match him. Clara and the Doctor are equal partners, and that's the difference. Because Amy and River, every other woman that Moffat wrote was obsessed with the Doctor. Well, it was because they were all just things to him. But Clara had autonomy. Ooh. Martine, there are a lot of really good episodes in the Chibnall era. And I do recommend. I also have a lot of hard feeling. Okay, we're getting sidetracked, friends. We're getting sidetracked here. I have a lot of hard feelings about the Chibnall era. But I also, looking back on it, I'm incredibly fond of a lot of it. Everyone knows how much I love the Witchfinders. I love the Witchfinders so much. We agree on the good. Yeah, the good Chibnall episodes are really, really good. And Missy is wonderful, but that's because Missy is, also her own thing. But she's also, the thing about Missy is that Moffat kind of also wrote her like his other women, which is obsessed with the Doctor and kind of a dominatrix. But, it works. It still works. You can't deny the charm of Michelle. But, because she's also the Master, and because she has an identity outside of the... but also because the Doctor has always had an identity that is just the Doctor. Okay, I wanted to give... What is her luminance? Oh, she's got... And then Chibnall undoes all of Missy's art! I really, really want Sacha Dhawan's Master to be before Missy. I refuse to acknowledge that he came after. I refuse it. I refuse it. Fire everywhere. I need to level these up a little bit more. Okay. Go find some other enemies. We gotta get somewhere. Chibnall Master is somewhere before Missy. That I think Chibnall Master is in between What's his name? John Sims? The blonde master and Missy. He has to be. He can't be after Missy. Hey guys. Okay, fine, whatever. Oh, can I not fight? Are you just big? Hello? Oh, okay. Hello? Okay. It's John with an H, I think. John Sims. I didn't make that up, right? That is his name. Yeah, no, seriously, that is like, I can't believe, and again, so many people had to be okay with the fact that they gave him, that the doctor was like, oh, yeah, you've got dark skin. I'm gonna give you to the Nazi. Like, who thought that was okay? Who thought that was okay? What year did this come out? It was like 2018. It was 2018. Thunder Evix. It was crazy. I mean, and so that's the thing. It's like Doctor Who has so many problems. 2019 maybe, Spyfall Part 2. And Spyfall Part 1 was amazing. I loved Spyfall. And then I was like, Doctor? Was it in the 2020s? I don't remember. On any of it. Oh, it's resistant to fire. Uh-oh.
Bring it on.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Alright, this is not the end.
Reborn once more.
Oh, dude. Yeah, remember Kerblam? Remember when the doctor said the system isn't the problem? Remember that? That was crazy stuff. Right, like I feel like Spyfall really kind of reinvigorated the show. Like Jodie's first season was kind of a snooze. It had some good episodes. It really did. It had some great episodes, but it was also kind of a snooze overall. What the heck is that? Oh, I was going to the dark world, wasn't I? Oh my god. How did we get? Y'all, I cannot be trusted. Apparently. With anything. Yeah, and then it just all went to hell. Media, it's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, what's this? Oh, Hothead. Jodie's first episode. It was fun.
Let the ink flow.
The woman who fell to earth. I did like seeing her run around. And see, this is what Russell T Davies stole from us. Doctors used to wear the same clothes as their previous incarnation. We got Jodie running around in Peter Capaldi's outfit for a whole episode. And we got her in goggles. We got her... She had a little steampunk look going on. It was great. Russell T Davies... Okay. All the Chibnall... Yeah, they were a little heavy-handed. Absorb. Cool.
Okay.
Oh, jeez. Oh, she's tied up. Cool.
Incoming.
Well, there goes my L. Bubbles, bubbles, bubbles,
Oh,
bubbles,
well.
bubbles, bubbles, bubbles.
Okay.
Oh, nice. And then Jodie's clothes disappear with her. Yeah, every episode of the Chibnall era was a very special episode. Mael, more like Bael. Seriously, where'd she go? Okay, so we don't want to do wildfire on everything. So we'll do this.
Let's have some fun.
Let's have some fun.
Let's go faster. Let's carve a path.
Can we fight the... I don't want to shoot them. he needs to mark people. You like when the Doctor's a feral little alien creature? Don't forget 2! I love the second Doctor. He's so fun. He plays recorder and makes puns, and he runs around the place. He's a little clown. Like, the second Doctor is kind of a Shakespearean fool. And the Doctor, when done right, is always kind of the fool. Like, he's supposed to be that. Because he's supposed to speak truth to power and also be ridiculous and incomprehensible. And also sometimes just, like, straight up stupid. That's what the character is supposed to be. Or I should say they, the Doctor. But not every Doctor needs to be that way. I think some of the other Doctors who've had a little bit more sort of serious elements to them. Like, I want to get into more of the Fugitive Doctor stuff because Jo Martin is awesome. But I can't imagine her being, like, a fool, you know? A fool, exactly. You started on 3? I love 3, too. Oh my gosh. The 3 Doctors is a really good episode if you want to test out the second. Oh, geez, it's grating. Oh, there she goes.
Bring it on.
Oh. Ooh. I'm warming up for Renoir. Oh. I'm not warming up very well.
Did I die again? Didn't really need it.
Did he say, did I die again?
Maximum damage.
Maximum damage. Yeah, I feel like Shuji didn't get a look, right? He didn't really get a look and he didn't really get a theme. Even though they had Murray Gold come back. I still couldn't sing. No, don't. Binary, non-binary. Oh, God. Serious Doctors are good when they're 9 or when they're John Hurt. 9 is so great. 9 is so great. What if right? I mean, it was a reboot, so they could sort of do anything with it, which is kind of awesome. And they made, although Rose does call him gay in like the first episode in a non-flattering way, so that's Russell T Davies in 2005. 9 without, I actually really like Rose with 9.
Let's go faster.
I only like Rose with 9. I really hate Rose with 10. I think the biggest change that I've experienced over the years with Doctor Who is that I don't like the 10th Doctor anymore. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Maybe I should go, like, rewatch it and give it a chance, but I just don't think he's that good. I don't even care about the Rose romance. I just think that she's a better character in the first season.
Break.
Oh, nice.
Ready to strike.
But yeah, like, I just think she's more of a person in the first season, and then in the and then with the 10th Doctor, it just becomes like a stupid romance. Like, it's just not a good romance. It's really, I don't know, and maybe I'm biased because I have other feelings about romance in the Doctor. But oh,
That's better. Let's try. Oh well. Would have lived.
oh,
That's better. I think I'll improvise.
bound. Right. Donna, they cast the hottest man alive for 10. He's hotter now than he was back then. Season 4 was great. I love Martha. I love Martha. She was so abused. We need to do with it. I mean, I think Doctor Who only casts hot people. What? Who said that? Bill, Martha, Clara. I'm a Clara. Donna's great. I really, yeah, I didn't like Donna at first, and then later I came to really like her. Now, and I also don't like that she, oh shoot, no, don't. But I like Donna now. Right, like I like that all of 12's companions became immortal sapphics after they technically died and left it. Good for them. No, I understand, like, Martha... Oh, Martha. I have a lot of feelings about Martha. I mean, I love Freema Agman so much. 12 turns people into lesbians. That is his superpower, it's true. Oh, I was doing so well, too. I was doing so well. Why does Lune still have health? Oh shoot, why didn't I do that? Ah, whatever. We'll fight Renoir at some point. No, it has to be today. It actually has to be soon. So, get on my case, man. We should just go. Probably just
Bring it on. I'm impressed.
Okay. That's better.
the first one is just so quick. Nope.
Brace yourselves. Take cover. Feeling better.
Good stuff.
Meets someone and moves them in the same day. It's true. The TARDIS is basically a U-Haul, right? U-Haul companion. Exactly. Yeah. So fun. Now they're ice, so I can do wild. And maybe Mael won't die in one hit. Uh-huh. Mael ever gonna go? Oh. Mark.
Let's carve a path.
Oh, that did a lot of things. Imagine moving how it would be so nice. Well, that's what happens to Bill is she's moving and the TARDIS just appears in her room. And all the boxes, like she doesn't even have to move the boxes. The TARDIS just materializes around them. It's great. Having the Doctor as a friend is so convenient.
Danger.
Gradient. This is a gradient. This is a gradient.
I would have lived.
I got it. Oh, the animations are so good.
Yeah.
Oh my. Yeah, well, a lot of them do end up living the TARDIS. Indeed, it doesn't work out that well for them. The thing about the companions is that they all get god complex. Or either they leave or they get a god complex. I'm like, it feels like it shouldn't be that hard to just travel around the universe and not be weird about it. Like, why don't they just be normal? But the TARDIS has a swimming pool and a library, so why would you have? Oh, I didn't give her the right. Shoot, I need the right. God, I have to give her the thing. I have to give her the thing. Remind me to give Mael the skill, everyone.
Blades. Brave.
Oh. Wow, okay, I failed at everyone.
Again.
Oh, pie ingredients, have fun!
Lune, what's up?
Watch
Make enough for all of us. Thanks for hanging out.
out. Watch out.
Hey, what kind of pie?
Parry it.
Feeling better.
It has a rainforest? Oh my god. Now we all understand why Bilbo just wanted to say that. They've all got it. Oh, but you can break. Oh, you're also dead. Okay. You can break too. Ooh, okay. Look at that shield. You. Nice. Enemies calm down. Old Man Yowie in Cyberpunk? Oh my god, congratulations. Wow. The dream. She can just do anything. I fizzled it. Wow.
I'm ready.
We're not kidding.
Okay. Ready to evade.
Oh, come on. Aw. Die. You should be dead already. Oh, I don't have Typhoon. Oh, no, I do have Typhoon. Oh, but the action point economy. Woof.
Let's keep going.
Nice. Sorry, what?
You're outmatched.
A spear from the hat? Burn. That was fun. We leveled up anything yet? Okay, cool. We got a new sword. Alright. Not the economy. New Pictos. Apply 3 burn to all enemies on death. There's so many ways of doing this. Okay. We want burning death here. Have we unlocked all of these yet? We still need augmented counter. Okay, we still need more. We gotta give Mael a better sword. I'm sorry. This one sucks. There's one that starts her in virtual stance, but that's not good. Okay. Oh, but this one applies. Oh! Popcorn? Oh, I want popcorn. Bring me some back, okay? Thanks. Appreciate it. Guard down. Oh, she's got void damage. Oh! And we need bark? No, we need swift stride. Swift stride. Fire lines. 2 hits, 3 hits. Okay. Lasagna time. I think it's also almost break time for me. I think we're gonna go fight. Oh, no, no, no. We gotta do one more fight because we gotta level up these stupid pictures. We'll do one more fight. We'll do one more. Oh, Urso got a sword. And then I think we're gonna go for the big one. Dawn of the Fate's falling apart. We need to stop NRL. Oh god. I would love to, if I was more of a fan content creator, I would love to do some crossover like fiction. I think Doctor Who would definitely work. Base attack applies 2 burn. Oh, we're going full burn. We're going full burn. We're going full burn. But I didn't level this one up. Are there any merchants I can go to? I could just get this one higher level. We'll try to do that. We'll try to do that. I'm trying to get the right mix here. Your sister's birthday today and she asked for lasagna and you said, okay, Garfield, you started crying. She started crying. And then everybody cheered. No, I believe it. What a thing to say. She just wanted lasagna. Is that so bad? Alright, I wanted to do this. Because I was really scared of this place before. Yeah, that is a real sibling moment right there. Oh, my L leveled up. Sick. Gustav dying is a fixed point, and the worst thing is, it was intentional too. I mean, Verso could have stopped it, and he didn't. And I mean, there's no more Doctor Who moment than that. Oh, good. Okay. I mean, that's a real Doctor kind of move. Gotta be honest. Hey. Oh, that's... Jada, did you bring me popcorn? Welcome back. Did you bring me? Oh, these are still really scary.
On me.
Oh, jeez. Oh, too early. These things are so scary. My Wi-Fi cables, thanks. And he wouldn't have joined the party, and it's true. He slept his way through the party. Please say, yeah, please say you brought love. Can't be worse than off. Clover, this game is amazing. This game is, I wouldn't say perfect, but I would say amazing. Definitely recommend, especially on sale. That's a great sale. Definitely recommend.
Watch out, my L.
This is the gradient. This is the gradient. We're still under level. I am procrastinating. See, at least I'm self-aware. Verso! Yeah. Also, Clover, if you do want to play it, ignore everything I'm doing right now, because we're at the very end. We're almost at.
Precision.
She's still doing 50% damage. Yeah, she's still doing. I should.
On me.
Oh, jeez. Oh. Oh, jeez. Oh, well, she's dead now, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh, sorry, Adagio. One second.
Let's try it. That's better.
Oh, shoot. Oh, we're all dead. Sorry, Adagio, I got you. My mouse is... Nope, here. Caitlin's buying pie ingredients. Do not buy it if you have a Mac. Yes, this is true. I do like this. Oh, man. Oh, why am I doing this? Oh, chat. Oh! Okay, I'll take it.
Oh well. I'm impressed. Let's try it.
No, too early. Darn it! Darn it! At least I'm getting... This is parrying. This is parrying crack. Caitlin went to the superstore to buy...
Let's cover paths.
Oh.
Your end is
Hey, nice.
my turn.
Can I break either? I can break you! Verso solo, Verso solo. He's not doing this.
Bring it on. We need it. Oh well.
Oh my god. Verso solo, verso solo, verso solo.
Not impressed. We need it.
Oh no. It's okay, he's gonna come back. He's gonna come back. Oh, he didn't come back. Oh no. Yes. You don't care too much about spoilers? Okay. Oh, Baldur's Gate. I gotta go back to Baldur's Gate. This is a linear game, it's true. I really gotta go back. Next weekend, after we finish this game, we're definitely gonna do today.
Would have lived.
Okay.
Get ready.
I'm ready.
No!
Feeling better.
I keep thinking I'm gonna be better. For solo, if I was any good at this, he would be.
Target marked.
We're gonna kill Run March. We're gonna roll credits today, chat. We're gonna roll credits today. If we don't roll credits today, I'm going to mow the lawn. I'm going to weed the garden.
Please survive.
Ready to evade. Okay.
Alright. Alright. Alright.
Finesse and grace.
Can I do this void thing now? Yes. Yes.
Void takes everything.
Oh, it's so cool. I love the way the chains.
Ready to parry.
Darn it! Oh my god, every time. Okay, this time, for sure.
That's better.
That didn't work. Fine, we're fine.
Disaster expedition, eh?
Fine! Oh, enjoy walking your dog. Don't worry, I don't think you're in any danger of that. But I hope you have a good walk. Your verse of saying sorry for missing a shot, nice thanks, don't be sorry, be better. That is in character.
A brilliant light.
I won't disappoint.
Okay.
That's better.
Oh, so. This needs to.
Parry it.
Ready to evade. I'll do it.
Ready to go.
I can't stream for as long today because I actually have things to do.
Okay.
Not good. I don't know why I'm doing this. Like, we don't have to be here. Nobody told us to be here. I physical.
Okay. You can't escape. Ready to go.
Okay. Okay. Well, we can break them. We should break them.
Finesse and precision.
Cool.
A storm is coming.
Oh, and you can break them too. Cool. Cool. Look at this. Who needs Verso? This is women supporting women. Tell Willow to watch the stream. The more the merrier.
A brilliant light.
Let's finish this.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
En garde. Void take everything. Guard up. Danger.
Impressed.
Harriet!
Lune, careful.
Darn it! Always it's always one of them.
Manage.
She can't stream the see the screen. Yeah, she needs you to adjust. Got a gradient. Nice move.
Your end is oh, that's come tough.
Oh, you know what he's gonna do now? This is gonna be sick. Watch this, Chad. Oh my god. It's gonna be sick.
Let's go faster. Lune,
Oh,
careful.
never mind.
Let's keep going.
No! No! Less sick.
Oh well. That's better.
He was gonna do Berserk, but now he's gonna die.
Not impressed. That's better. Good stuff.
Darn it! Oh, so. We could make it a sound alert if you want.
Let's dance.
Darn it! Oh my god. Oh, gotta go. It's ridiculous. It was going to be sick. It was going to be sick. It was going to be sick. I promise it was going to be sick. It was going. It really was. I just hit the wrong. I did the wrong. I'm stupid. Okay, you know what? This is. You know what? Actually, what are we waiting for? What am I doing here? What are any of us doing here, Chad? I've been trying to level up these stupid Pictos, but why? Why don't we just go fight the stupid guy? All right, let's just fight him. Just fight. Let's fight you. You look easy. We'll fight this stupid easy. Whatever. Whatever. Easy. I was waiting for you to finish your quiz. Oh.
Let me flow.
I think I don't have a very good build.
Guard up.
Oh. Why am I still here? Not good. Let's just go stab Caesar. Let's just go stab Caesar. Why are all of these enemies absolutely destroyed? Why am I getting pummeled? What's going on here? Okay, one more time. Let's find an enemy that I can just farm, and we'll call it a day. Okay, let's just go kill some little babies. Let's just go kill some babies, okay? They don't scale, dude. Training arc. Yeah, this is my montage. We have humble pie at home. been made humble by all. Thank goodness. Oh my god, finally! Babies!
Yeah.
Oh. Wow, embarrassing. 27. Never done that little. I haven't done that. Okay, we've learned almost all the Lumina. We've almost learned all of the Lumina, okay? Almost all of them. Almost all of them. It's out on a gray, rainy day talking about sunshine and birds. It's nice to imagine, isn't it? Minoka doesn't have any of these skills. It doesn't matter. The game's over. The game is over. We have to commit. We have to commit to it. Go, 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 just go, just go, just go, just go. Ooh. Oh, I just forgot we still can't do that. No damage. Amazing. Lumina almost learned. Almost learned. Two more. One more. Two more. It's December 31st. The clock is ticking. We are running out of time to finish this game if we want to finish it by the end of the year. We have to find little babies to kill. We gotta hurry. And I have things to do. I am really... Oh, I am... This is bad. This is bad procrastination. It's okay. Okay, everything's okay. I do care. Artist? Oh my god! Before. New hair? I know, it's a Wednesday and it's the last day of the year. This is crazy. Wow. Nope, not as good as floating in the air. For any of them? Maybe? Too long. So impractical. Kinda just looks messy. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
Oh my.
You'd think an artist would tie their hair back. And get a paint. Lumina, almost. Almost. One more fight. 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 One more. Oh wait, there's stuff we can destroy. Yeah, I like the double. Okay. Look at this. Something shiny.
Oh, lovely.
And then I promise, and then we're going. And then we're gonna inventory manage, and then we're going. It won't be another year, it's gonna be this year, I promise. This year. In fact, this stream. We're gonna finish a game, it'll be amazing.
Let's spill some ink.
Forgot they all have like double. One more done. Lumina alert! We're done, 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 we're done. We're done. Alright, chat, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna go, actually, right now, we're gonna go back so that you don't even think I'm lying, that it's actually happening. We're gonna go back to, oh, we could fight the dragon. Nope, just kidding. We're going back to Lumiere. Haha, I almost got you, didn't I? Almost fooled you. We're not gonna fight the dragon. I won't be. No, I can't. Woohoo! We're not gonna fight the dragon. This isn't Dragon Age. Some of us have places to be. I know, you have to be watching Doctor Who. I have a game jam to do. Used to be so... Oh, okay. Can't fight a dragon without Inspector Broccoli, so true. Okay, we're gonna fast travel all the way to the Crooked Tower Walkway. Unless they don't let us. Oh my god, the music. No? Nothing? Don't you dare tell me they're gonna make us walk. Yeah, why is the boss music?
What have we here?
Hey, not cool, man. Are they not gonna let me use the thing? Is this a joke? This is a joke, right? Yes, they're just intense, epic boss battle music and friends. This is a joke, right? Ooh.
Interesting.
Okay, all the fake expedition. Fight for me. Oh, good thing he's a runner. What's it? Nothing. Oh my god. Gotta go fast. Let's fly. Let's fly. Ooh, look, shiny.
Nice.
Oh, good it is. I don't even know. I guess we're just walking back. That's fine. Uh-oh. Other crazy. Oh, oh. Yes. I think because usually people don't go to the continent and then come back to finish the rest of this. So the game is confused. They're like, what do you mean you've already done this? This is supposed to be fresh and new. And this is also the wrong way. This is definitely the wrong way. Yup. We're almost there. We're almost there. I promise. And it's not even that late. We've only been here for 3 hours. Where the heck am I going? Which way was I supposed to go? Oh my god, I've already done this and I'm losing. I'm lost again. Okay, here we go. We gotta go get the flower. Oh. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going full fire. Except for my own. This is fun. Okay. Yes, okay, okay, okay. We're good here. Did we upgrade anything? Let's see. Maybe we should save those just in case. Did we upgrade her? My mark on consuming. Okay, we're good there. We're good there. We're good there. We've got more Lumina, so we're gonna give it. No, we're not using you. What am I saying? Dropped your wallet? Yeah, ha 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 ha. Very funny. Ha 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 ha. We're gonna double check our skills. Our pictos. I'm gonna do all this now, then take a break, or should I take a break, come back? I wanna figure out what we're doing. Here, we don't need this. Minoko, we're taking everything off. Got to lock your door. Oh no, not my door. Oh shit. We're gonna give. We're gonna make Lune a tank again. Happening. It's happening. Ooh. Action point economy. Okay. So what does she have? She has lots of. We've got everything for burned. Play first. Yeah, we want her to play. Does Verso have play first? We don't want him. We've got 5. Oh. Off to the colony. That's fine. That's good. IL. Give her. So she's got double burn, critical burn, apply burn on hitting a marked enemy. Base attack has +1 extra. Is there? There's only a sword, I think, that would give her burn on base attacks. We're not gonna do that. Une's got 2. All right, folks, we're almost ready. We're almost ready. I think we're gonna do. Oh no, because healing light cures status effects. I think that's probably better. We need to make sure we have a good balance of, you know what, we don't know what we're in for, so if we die the first time, we'll adjust. So this is fine. So it's fine. So it's fine. So we're fine. We're just gonna go in as we've been going. We're fine. And she's got paralyzed. As long as we have people who can break. So she can break, he can break, and she can break. Okay. Alright. Let's just go. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Fast travel. Crooked Tower. Let's just do it! Let's go! Except first I'm gonna take a break. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna make some more tea. We're gonna come back. We're gonna roll credits, alright? Everyone cool with that? Everyone happy? I'm happy. All right, folks. I'll see you in a couple minutes. Enjoy the break.
Ooh, snacks.
Oh no. Oh look, there it
You
is.
call that just?
Well, I mean, you know, some of it, it's...
So that's why it broke down. It was
Why
your
is there an
fault.
acorn?
Oh,
And you promised
I
him
mean,
you.
you can suck this stuff up with a vacuum.
Yes,
Maybe
but
not
why
a
would you
vacuum,
have a
but-
vacuum outside? Does this count as amenophobia? Oh, it doesn't happen again. Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't happen again. It happens one more time. It's not a Canadian thing, it's a normal human thing. I'm normal. You people are weird. Look up. Okay. 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 Alright. Is cold pizza good? Am I weird? Am I weird? Am I wrong? Is Bing wrong? Shall we check Google? Maybe Yahoo Answers will have the secret? Cold pizza is healthy and nutritious. Not only delicious, but a great way to get your daily dose of protein. What the heck is this supposed to mean? Cold pizzas are usually served cold and eaten hot? That makes no sense. Here, let's read a Mashed article. Like, wow, that's David Tennant in the flesh. Like, it was crazy. It was just, I mean, it was just crazy. Yeah, did you hear about his cute cardigan? And I sent a picture to a bunch of my friends and they were all like, he looks old, you look better than him. And I'm like, shut up. He does look old, and he's beautiful. Old. I don't know if people are following the Doctor Who announcements. I think he looks better now than when he was originally in Doctor Who. And that's that on my taste in men. Okay, so Dragon Age. Where do I begin? So Dragon Age Origins is the first game. This is the sequel. In Dragon Age Origins, you play as... Wait, I think there's a dragon I'm supposed to go run after. So in Dragon Age Origins, there are dragons. Let's establish that. Okay, so there are dragons, and there are also people. Oh shoot, I need to collect these. It's a friend! No, it's a bot. No, what the heck? Oh my god, it's a friend. No, it's not. It hates me. Ah, shoot. Ah, it's gonna kill me. Oh, get away, get away. Guys, I'm so disappointed. I thought it was gonna be a friend and now it's another ball. Oh my god! Finally, my ideal person. A perfect. I found the character that best represents me in the game because I as well believe that my favorite person is a perfect sphere. Hence the Rowlet. This is me. I am Marlowe the sheep. I must befriend him. That is amazing. I just want you guys to know, none of the champions, like none of the people in the tournament got this question right, and I got it right away. And the answer is Hotspur, aka Harry Percy, who in the play is Prince Hal, aka soon to be Henry V. Anyway, we're gonna talk about D&D. So I want to do the Curse of Strahd with my new party. But we've never done D&D together. I'm sorry, I've been doing a lot of introspection lately. And I'm thinking, why am I the way that I am? And why are my streams the way that they are? And I think the problem is Shakespeare. It's Bellon! Oh my god, my favorite character. Hello friend. Oh, he looks so good. You look beautiful. How are you? He's so inflated. Look, perfectly inflated. Not a hint of deflation. Perfect balloon. This is what peak performance looks like, folks. This is it. Can I get some balloon faces and... Oh, no, wait. I could do that. Hold on. Actually, everyone, hold on. Shut up. I love when that happens. I think this is the right speed. What do you think? Flashing lights warning. Anyway, I could change the clock speed to be custom. I didn't want to do that because I was feeling incredibly lazy when I started this, but I could fix it now. That's worse. I think that's slower. Yeah, but anyways, this is the behind the scenes process. This is how it is with slightly more club version. No, it's more like the chipmunk version. We could just listen to it at 4 times speed. But this is how I make my YouTube videos, with a little bit of extra ranting and monologuing in the process. Hey.
You call Manfred Fred?
Hee hee.
Sure.
Boom. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're gonna die. We're probably gonna die. We're probably gonna die. You know what? No, we're not. I don't think we're gonna die. I don't think we're gonna...
We'll be by your house at 8:30. That's so late. If a party doesn't start by 6, how are you supposed to get to bed by 10? 8:30? That's only 2 hours of partying. No, it's 1 hour of partying because travel time. These crazy kids. And the question, so the Final Jeopardy category was real people in Shakespeare, and I was like, I'm ready for this, I'm ready for this. The question was, and I'll paraphrase because I don't remember exactly, but the question was, this rival of Prince Hal, so anachronistically, like, this rival of Prince Hal, was his age in the play, but in reality was older than Hal's father. And you all are sitting here going, who is Prince Hal? What are you talking about? Why aren't we talking about D&D? Why am I sitting here? What am I doing with my life on a Wednesday evening? And I will tell you, the rival of Prince Hal, so Prince Hal is actually King Henry V in English history, okay? For those who are not monarchists among us, which I am not, but for those who don't know English history. I'm gonna stop very soon because I think my Shakespeare talk is scaring people away. I can't say no.
In sickness and in health,
I'm so enthralled.
Do you part? Oh no!
Where did he go?
It said no.
No!
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
How could you do this to
What do you
me?
think it was your lack of attention span?
No.
Your unwillingness to help others?
No!
Your unhealthy obsession with trying to ruin my game?
No.
All of the above? No. Well, regardless.
It's okay, I have the little one. I have a little one, it's fine. It's fine. I'll never lose the little one.
Gonna be the one that rolled away.
The one!
Was it worth it?
Oh my god.
You'd probably say yes. I'm not gonna give you the chance.
Listen, better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all, alright? Alright?
She loves me.
I haven't stopped smiling since it started. Yeah, shout out Caitlin. Everyone follow Caitlin. Oh, and the ending. Hungarian. I hate you! No! 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 Not the Hungarian! Wait, what? Oh wow, he really does. He really does just get vaporized.
Be a boy.
Okay, wait.
Wow, what an idea.
How? Do we just jump? Oh, okay. Oh, no. You're fine, you don't need me.
I promise that was not on purpose.
Sorry, wait. Tell me if I'm missing something right here. Oh, you know what? Don't tell me, hold on. And of course I can't get to anywhere from here, but you know, that's something. Well, okay, that was fun while it lasted. Okay, here's my third okay, I have 3 questions now. How does this universe support sentient sock puppets? How does the universe how does Poi Poi have a walkie-talkie cell phone? That's a stupid one. Welcome back, everyone. How are we doing? Are we ready? We ready to settle in? We're ready to finish the game? Please don't take it from you. Well, part of the game, so I can't. The problem is Shakespeare is such a funny clip. Maybe I should make that my channel trailer. Speaking of channel trailer bait, that's a really funny one. Flying through a storm cloud. I left the wind tunnel. I'm now in a storm cloud. I've got new tea, and I've got an apple that actually tastes really good. So we are set. We are ready. We are good to go. I don't think Gremlo is back yet, but that's okay because we're not gonna beat Renoir. You know what? Let's have faith, chat. We're gonna beat Renoir first try. Speaking it into existence. Manifesting it. I'm gonna parry really well. We're gonna really here. We're gonna succeed. Oh, you're back. Okay, welcome back. Well, then in that case, I'll make sure it takes us 5 tries to finish it. Did my controller just disconnect? Probably. Hello. We're gonna hit, it's gonna be a no damage run. No damage first try. Credits will roll. No hit first try, 1 tap. Could you imagine? If I could get my controller to connect, we'd be unstoppable. Made it home and you're about to throw some fries in the oven. Oh, sounds good. For the main character, it has to work. Today has to be good. We're just gonna look at him and he'll fear us, you know? That's how it's gonna go. Look at him. Just a stupid guy. Just a stupid old man, you know? Plot armor, here we go. He doesn't even have his cool overcoat anymore. You're the goat. We can't lose. We literally can't. My tea is good. Life is good. Their hair is good. Everything's good. They're dirty. That's what makes this game so great. Is that everyone is covered in dirt and blood the entire time. Yeah, the final cutscene with these outfits. Aren't you happy?
Papa?
Alicia.
That's not my name, Dad.
Please. I just want you to understand what this canvas means to me.
I do understand.
Well, they gave Renmore a slight little waist, too.
I know how powerful and intoxicating it is. How deeply attached we can become to the worlds we pour.
All right, I get it. Listen, I get it.
I was enthralled, and it nearly killed me.
It doesn't mean you have to erase Verso's canvas.
Child, do you think I want to? After all the sorrows we've endured, do you really think that I want to destroy this last piece of his soul?
He looks really, like, this incarnation of him looks really sickly.
Don't.
Life keeps forcing cruel choices.
Oh, poor Caitlin's missing those.
We do what we must.
You know, when you think of it, Blackwell would probably age into looking like Renmore.
Grief often blinds us.
Says CL
we
with
make
vertical
choices
hair.
we can never take back.
You grieve for 2.
I grieve for many.
The choices of parents leave indelible marks upon their children.
Oh, in case you guys missed the moral.
But ultimately, the voices in their head have to be their own. You cannot set the boundaries of their life for them.
He's like, paint people, I'm not gonna listen to you.
After the fire, you wanted me to find new joy in life. And I tried. But I couldn't. I couldn't. Verso died because of me. How do I get from that to joy?
Child, it will get better, I promise you. But this is not the way. Your friends speak truth. And it changes nothing. You can hate me. But that's a choice I must make. As your father, I must look out for you. Especially when you can't look out for
It's
yourself.
not my dream, Dad, it's yours.
You treat me as if I'm still 5.
I treat you as if the shadow from the worst day of our lives is going to suffocate you and take you from us too!
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Enough.
Plato's cave is nice and warm.
I said enough.
Might be Andy Serkis's finest role. Oh snap! Oh snap! The sword! Holy cow. I like that Verso didn't say a word. This is so weird. This is so weird. Redwar didn't even acknowledge him. The soul of his child. Holy cow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, he's less hot now. Although... Bald! That's how you know. Now he's evil. This has been what you've been waiting for, Martine? Oh, I'm excited. I'm glad we got here. He pretends he does not see him. Like, that is the soul of your dead child. And you just are not looking. It's crazy. It's crazy. Burn, baby, burn. Oh, we're doing actual damage. Whoops. This might... You know, I shouldn't speak too soon. I shouldn't speak too soon, so I won't. I won't say a word. I won't say anything. I will not say anything.
My turn.
One of those two.
Target marked.
The fragment of our Verso's memory collage created by his... Oh! So the fragment of Verso's soul is sort of baked into the canvas, and this actual Verso is... Okay, okay. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, I didn't mark it.
On fire. Let's spill some
Luna, careful.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, hello. There we go. He's not doing that much damage. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. I want to jinx it.
A storm is coming.
I want to jinx it. She got so much.
Eternity of ice.
Oh, jeez. Ah! Hello. My wife started making memory collages of my dead kids, too. Yeah, it's really weird when people use AI to make real, like, bots of real people. It's creepy. Let them die.
We take everything. Finesse and grace.
Like, why would you think someone would want to see that? Oh, can I just do it again? Sick. Yeah, to send them to her? Like, who wants that? Nobody wants that.
Let us stay there. Go forward.
Whoa. Removes all enemy shield. Man-made horrors literally made by it, like... God. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy now. Uh-oh. There we go.
We must accept things as they are, not how we want them to be.
I like that he's just got a big stick. I guess it's a paintbrush, isn't it? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Bring it on. What would Verso have wanted? Truly.
Oh, I forgot to get rid of the shields. I'm in the black hole pool. Whoops.
When did you become so stubborn?
Ready to strike.
Alright. Someone's got one. Oh, we have no action points. What happened? If the devs saw the parallel too. I mean, I didn't until just now. But also they made the game, so. Virtual had the sunglasses and the hat. He would have been fine in the fire. Probably. Oh, Lune could have broken his shields. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well.
Good.
Music is crazy.
On fire.
Okay.
Ooh.
Danger.
Ah, jeez.
Let's dance.
What? Oh, shoot. I was not even...
Let's go again.
I couldn't even comprehend what was going on there. Yeah, the axons are super cool. Yeah, Martine, I mean, when they were working on the game, it might not have even considered... They may not have even considered it. Gradient charges, we got 2 now. Can break? Okay. What's he gonna do? Berserker? No, he's at full health. We're gonna mark. What's she do? Nope. $20,000? Oh my god. Applies 10 burns to all enemies. No. She's in Virtuoso stance, so any mark she hits is not going to. Okay. Oh, I should have done Pyrolyze! Oh no! Please tell me he has a phase 2. Okay, good. Rescues Renoir. Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay, good.
Stop this insanity. It's time to go home.
Urso! Oh my god.
I do love a challenge, but this...
Oh no, Minoko, no! No, Minoko, no!
Keeps
Oh, okay.
regenerating.
I thought he was about to
Maybe
betray
we
us.
focus on the axons first.
I thought he was about to turn on us. Oh! Quite cool. I got so scared.
She can't.
Oh damn. Oh my god. Mom's waking up. The paintress is back, baby. Hey, is that Sophie? No.
Mama.
Believe you're going to kill yourself. It's too soon for you to return to any canvas.
Oh, she does not look good. Oh, look back. How come Lunay's her stains are floating there? They're singing her name. Whoa. Yeah, I think the glasses are actually the best part. Hey, Mom. What's going on? Oh. Oh, snap. Alright, phase 2!
Let's spill some ink.
Oh, good, and he's got all of it. This is perfect. Pyrolyze. Oh, I can't pyrolyze. Darn it! I like that he kept his burns.
Watch out,
So he does what now? He does what now?
Selfish, Aline.
Is he leaving? We're gonna go have to fight him in the real world? Oh. 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 Oh, he just recharged. Okay.
Let's carve a path.
Oh, he just healed himself. Okay. My mom didn't get her morning cup. No, we're gonna wait for third. Okay, cool. Well, you know, cool. That's fine. You can play this game, my friend.
Watch out, my owl.
No. God. Oh, they weren't getting that swiftly. Oh, Jesus.
Feeling better.
Okay, we've got 3 radiant charges now. No, I think we're gonna give Verso his angel eyes or whatever. The final boss is just yeah, it's just an honest conversation with your dad. The scariest thing you can imagine. Alright, well, he's not gonna break anytime soon, so.
Danger.
Oh my god, meteors. You know, cool. Oh, jeez.
Ready to go.
Jesus.
Nice.
Okay. Cool. What does she get? Gomage. Wow, okay. That's cool.
On fire. That's better. That's better.
Angel's Eyes. Applies Oriole to Verso, reviving him if he dies. Yeah. Oh my god!
Always come back. Let's carve a path.
Woo! Papa, why are you slashing me with your sword? Throw that concrete block again. Oh my god, yeah. I think we might be over leveled. Oh, I shouldn't jinx it. I just did it. I just jinxed it. I just did it. Darn it. Darn it. No, it's fine. This is perfectly hard. I don't want him to get any harder. Don't get any harder. Hey, Verso's got a halo. He's got a halo.
I've got this.
Feeling better.
Music is amazing.
Danger.
What the heck? What is happening?
Aline, look at Alicia.
What power? What? The music is insane. Oh my god. What is he doing? Oh my god.
It's supposed to be you and me. Shoot against me.
Go home, Renoir. Go paint something.
Oh my god. Is he gonna attack? Oh my god. Stop.
Why am I the only one who sees this?
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, we're dead. There we go. Just parry a building. What, like it's hard? Oh, jeez. Oh! Oh my god. Oh, jeez, jeez. Okay. Woo! Scary, scary. He's just flying around. He's having a good time. Is he beating his son or is Mael getting her friends to beat up an old man? Depends on who wins this fight. Why, if you looking at this? Oh my god. Okay, Berserk is 4. Oh, we can mark. Oh. We can mark or we can do Berserk. We're gonna Berserk, man. Yeah, baby. This will hurt. She's not in Virtuoso stance, but we can paralyze. Okay. Boom, maybe. Now we're in defensive stance, so we can... Nope, we don't have any... Okay. Kickflip? Yep. Hey, Renoir, do a kickflip. We're gonna heal. I think. Yeah. Pool of Darkness, cool. Oh! Whoa! I can't even do an ollie. What a loser. Okay, he's burning. Okay, we got this one. Ah, darn it. I think I've gotten better overall. I'd like to believe it. Doesn't matter much now, but... Papa, do a kickflip while you destroy my mother's fragmented memory of my brother's soul. Okay. Alright, Mael, you got this. Destroy him. Destroy him. Oh, it's not gonna matter. It's gonna be phase 3. Alright, you know what? That was fun anyway. Or is he just not taking any damage? Hello? Oh, he's gotta have another dialogue break. Okay. Woo! Oh my god, she got him! She got him! Hey. That was pretty epic. Well, that was easy. That was disappointingly easy. I should have been a lower level. Fulfill the prophecy, kill your dad. There's another fight, right? This isn't the end. We gotta fight the Patriots again or something. There's more. There's more. There's a stage 4, whatever. Girl had to do a sword roll. Well, you know, it was her big moment. Look, he's still hot. I mean, there. Watch as I strike a pose.
Your mother was the one who saved me when I lost myself in a canvas.
He posed on the haters.
She taught me how to safely use our gift.
Sorry, yes, thank you.
How to soar without flying too close to the sun. We painted hundreds hundreds of canvas worlds, pushing the very boundaries of creation.
He's into taller women.
And she never let me forget that every day we spend
He's got
here
good taste.
has a price.
So Aline is dead now. Verso's dead now.
Yet, here we are now.
Renoir is probably about to
Trust
die.
her. If she's doing this, then
I trust what she taught me. This is not a game. You think you know what's at stake.
kind of is a
You
game.
Don't.
I know precisely what's at stake.
Well, he probably
You want
just
control.
inhaled a lot of
You
smoke.
want to feel like you're doing
It was on fire.
something. You couldn't save Verso, so you want to save us, except you're not. Destroying the canvas won't help us move on. It'll just deny us the one place that helped us feel again.
67 years. 67 years I spent trapped within the monolith. But I persisted. I persisted. Do you know why? Do you know why I cannot leave her or you behind?
Oh, there she is.
This.
Sorry, he looked really hot, okay? Let me live. Let me live.
I cannot spend another day with living corpses. Since the fire, our family has crumbled. Aline in the canvas. Clea fighting her solitary.
Oh my god, wait, stop. They've never seen outside the canvas.
Ghost. Verso's death broke us. Want it to be fixed. I need it to be fixed. I cannot lose you too.
Don't you see? That's how I feel about them.
Yeah, like, look, there's
Lose them either.
very Stormlight arc.
I've lost too much. Papa, see? I've lost so much.
We both lost so much.
Papa, I don't want to lose you either. I'm not leaving you forever. Just a little longer.
I want to trust you,
But I can't because you're a kid.
You
Oh, he's
can't.
about to kill her. About to stab her. He's so good. I resisted from screenshotting. You should be proud of me. I was about to. Oh my god. I'm gonna stop. Yeah, this is why you don't wait years. Oh my god, he's about to drag her back through the canvas.
keep the light on for you.
Oh, or not. I have trust issues, apparently.
I hope you find peace. Hold on to each other.
Well, I don't know if I like that, actually. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Yeah, I can't even imagine. And he can never leave.
I'm sorry.
Verso! Oh, we reached the end of the game. Stop. Is he in the real world? Is he? No. Where the heck? What the heck? This game is wild. Where is he now? What? There's more? Do we have to kill God now? Verse solo? Verse solo. Time to destroy. Oh, I missed something. Is that a boy? What the fuck? Oh god! No, I didn't mean to press it! Shoot, no! I didn't mean to! Oh god. I guess I wouldn't have had a choice. It wouldn't have gone anywhere. I wanted to leave though. I wanted to just look around. So this is Verso's soul. This is Verso's soul. Can you choose another path? Is there another option? I didn't mean to click it. I was trying to select the other one. It's too late now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Patience, friend. All will be revealed. You guys don't like the sunglasses? I think he looks fabulous.
You're tired of painting, aren't you?
He looks phenomenal.
I'm tired too.
No! Verso! Oh, God! Oh, God! Both hot men getting gommaged at the same time. Oh my god.
You shouldn't be able to be here.
I'm not scared.
Why did you run in?
Oh my god, he's still here, guys. Everyone calm down. He's still here. He's still okay.
As they are. Not how you want them to be.
What?
You lied to your father.
No.
You saw it too. But he wanted to believe. You're going to die here. Why don't you just leave? You can always come back.
The moment I leave, Papa will erase this canvas.
This is not worth your life.
What life? My life of loneliness in a shell of a body, with no voice and no future.
You're my El. No matter where you are, you don't need this canvas.
But everything I want is here. Here I have a chance to live, Verso, to live. Up there I merely exist.
Life keeps forcing cruel choices.
Stop quoting Papa!
It's time to stop painting.
So Verso's gonna end it all.
Verso! Papa also said.
Oh my god, do we have to fight my El now? Final boss fight, Mael versus Verso?
I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Oh my god, English. Oh no! No 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 no. Alright, welcome to Existential Crisis Hour with Ephemeral. So the thing is, it doesn't matter. I've been here before. For those who haven't played Bastion, it's one of my favorite games of all time. Bastion ends with a choice. Bastion ends with a choice. And the game ends with the choice. And it doesn't matter. Because the game is over either way. And the game was never real to begin with. And this is the same. But it does matter. You know, it does matter. Because this is the game we've been playing for the last 3 months. Okay. Okay. I mean, part of it is which character would be easier to win the game as. And the answer is Maya. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. That it doesn't matter. Art matters. Choices matter. The choices we make matter, even if they're in a world that was created by other humans. It's almost like this is a metaphor. The thing that I think this game doesn't do, and I swear that my old man bias is not coming through. The game doesn't do a good job of showing Renoir's perspective. I think that's maybe not a controversial statement. The game doesn't do, because that's not what the game is about. Like, I think this is the problem, is I'm trying to figure out what this game is about and I can't quite figure it out. Because I think the game really wants to say something deep about grief and living after grief, but it doesn't really go far enough in any one direction, and maybe that's the point. Because that game ends with a choice, and so maybe they want the players to like, the thing about... I have a lot of feelings about this. Because every story is about grief, really, in some way, because human existence is about grief. There is no life that is untouched by grief of some kind. And not to get, like, you know, heavy or anything, that's just what we're playing, that's the game we're playing. But the game, I don't think, does a really good job of showing the other side. And again, that's not the point, because this is a game about children, not about parents. So it's showing the children's perspective and not the parents' perspective. But I do think we're missing the empathy for, like, Verso's decision. So let's break it down here. And I'm sorry if this is what people didn't come here for, but this is how I play games. And this is how I live life. By expostulating. Mael's choice is and I completely understand it. Mael's choice is she can either live in a world where her life really, she can either live in a world of she's in a world of living grief, right? This is great, I'm so glad. Elaborally, that's elaborally, yeah. Like, Mael's grief is the grief of obviously lost family members, but also lost opportunity. You know, she's been disfigured. She's lost her voice. She feels like she's lost her future. And for her, that life isn't worth living. It's what is the happiness machine? Can you remind me? Because I've heard of that, but I don't remember specifically what that refers to. And so for Mael, in the canvas, she can live the life she thinks she wants. She can live the life she thinks she's missed out on. And she can live a life with people who love and accept her and don't know. For Mael, it's I think a question of people not knowing what you've been through and the freedom that comes with. Right. Would you put yourself in a simulation where you were guaranteed to be happy but none of it's real? And then obviously, which begs the question, what does it mean to be real, right? Dignity of choice. Yeah, for Mael, it's like she could go back to a world where she doesn't have a choice. Because what is she gonna do in that world? I mean, she could kill herself. She doesn't want to. Like, I don't think she wants to do that. But she wants to live in a world where she has the opportunity to be happy. And for her, the canvas. And also, I think what's really interesting is she said just a little while longer. She told Redmore, you're not losing me. Or I'm not leaving. Right? Like, just a little while longer. Camus. Which I don't think is true. I don't think Mael was being on, and I guess that's what Verso said. Verso said you lied. I think, and that is, I mean, you know, Yeah, she was lying, exactly, right? And so, the thing is, and I know that this is a fraught topic, and I know that Renoir is not exactly... We have not seen him to be a model of a good father, and we have not seen Aline to be a model of a good mother. That being said, I believe that their family was happy before the fire. I want to believe. It sounds like it was happy before the fire. And I guess Maëlle is Maëlle's choice. You're gonna think, well, no, I don't think it's wrong to say that Maëlle's choice is selfish, right? Yeah, okay, because they're grieving too. Renoir, and we've seen Renoir can be a good father, and he has the potential, and he has been a good father. So Maëlle's choice is exceedingly selfish, because her parents are already mourning one child, and she is now forcing them to mourn another, right? But on the flip side, Renoir wants to force her to live a life where she believes she could never be happy. So that's Maëlle's side of things. Maëlle doesn't care if her mother dies by getting consumed by the canvas. And Maëlle doesn't care if her father dies of the grief of losing his son, his wife, and his youngest daughter. Maëlle doesn't care, or rather she thinks those are sacrifices that are worthy of the happiness she could get in this world. And I understand she's a child. She is still 16. She has never aged past 16, even though she has lived to be 16 twice now. So she's a child, and so she doesn't have the worldview. She cannot understand what her parents are feeling, and they can't understand what she's feeling. Okay. So that's what I believe. It's selfish. But I do think it's also obviously her, like, it is her choice, and that's a valid choice. And I am curious, Gremlo, about what might make it more selfish. But the fact is, if Maëlle stays in here, Aline will die. If she's not already going to die. So, Maëlle choosing to stay in the canvas means Renoir will essentially be alone, perhaps with Clea, if Clea comes back. But so they've gone from a broken family to a destroyed family, if Maëlle stays in here. Okay, so that's Maëlle's ending. Verso's ending is essentially taking away Maëlle's choice. Verso's and now what's interesting is that the question of Verso's personhood is really, because you could sort of consider Verso as an extension of Aline in this situation. Because Verso's dead, right? The quote-unquote real Verso is dead. This Verso is a reconstitution based on memories of his mother. So this is a projection of the mother's grief for her son. The thing about Verso's... Yeah, I don't think anyone is wrong, but I don't think anyone is right either, right? But that's what I was thinking before we got to this point, when Renoir and Maëlle were arguing, where I was like, I don't think there's not a solution to this. Like, there's no solution to this. Well, I think none of the painted people are real. Right, okay, so let's get to Verso's choice. So Verso's choice is essentially saying, Verso's choice would be destroy the canvas, save Aline, at the expense of all of the painted people in the entire painted world. In the canvas. Every living thing in the canvas would die. And potentially, Aline would survive and would recover from her grief. So it's a question of, like, do you think the canvas is a metaphor, or do you think the canvas is a world? And I think I really struggle. Yeah, most of the canvas is already dead and has only been slightly revived by Maëlle's usage of chroma, right? So it's one family or a world of people who were doomed to die. It's like, it's one... So the thing that's not clear to me is, if Aline dies, does the canvas sustain itself? Or is that the end too? Yeah, what a weird looking trolley. The thing is, I really struggle with thinking of the painted people as real because of the way the game has framed it. Because the game has given us the Descendre family as the main characters. And, like, maybe it's me drinking the Kool-Aid, Okay, the canvas exists on its own. Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful. Like maybe I'm like trying to think. I'm trying to figure out if I've been convinced by Renoir to believe that the canvas isn't a real world. Can I go back to this checkpoint and see the other ending? Or will it be annoying? Will the game make it hard? So I'd like to see both, but I would also like to make a choice. I think I really struggled after the end of Act 2 to see, well, first of all, Gustav's dead. Like, dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead in the canvas, and he's also, you know, it's like, he's not coming back. Was he not a person? I don't know. He never really felt like much of a person to me. Lune and CL feel real, but I also just, I think, me personally, and you can tell how much I'm thinking about this because we've been going for now 10 minutes. If we found out we were in a simulation, would we be okay with someone ending the simulation? Right. For Lune and CL, and everyone that is or is not still alive in this world, and it's really unclear whether we'll be able, I guess we will be able to revive everyone. What I think what is, like, confusing is you're right, like, everyone's dead. Mael was able to bring them back with Chroma. So is the idea that if we save the canvas, will Mael just keep everyone alive forever in the canvas? Like, what does it look like? If everyone is dead already. I don't know. Right, this is no different from... Right, like... I don't know. It's really hard for me to not shift focus, I think. When they, like... And this is just maybe my own way, the way I've been following the story. Because they introduced a higher, like, quote-unquote higher level, like, plane of existence. And now I'm like, okay. So now that you've done that, the focus of the story has shifted. Because the other thing that I feel like the game did was once the Mael reveal happened and the Versa reveal happened, it was about them, and I don't feel like we really got enough of the other characters. Like, suddenly, I don't know if this was just me, maybe, but suddenly it felt like Lune and CL were after them. And I don't like that. I don't know, I just really don't like what happened to Mael's character. But again, like, maybe it's just me being silly. I don't know. I think the way the way I have engaged with this story has been confusing for me. I have just not really, like... I don't know if I've been engaging with it in good faith. Or if I've been spiteful of it ever since... I feel like they pulled a fast one on me. They had to spend so much time with Sophie at the start. And then... I think that's what it is. I thought the Gommage would get reversed, I think. That's what I thought. Because Gustav died and then no one was talking about Sophie. I played it, maybe that's part of it. If I had played it over the course of like 2 weeks, maybe I would have enjoyed it more. I think that's a really good point. Because I feel like we spent way more time with the expeditioners at the beginning, and that's I was so invested in the expeditioners at the beginning. I remember that much. And then I feel like the game said, actually, psych. I don't know. Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting choice of what they did with Mael. Would Mael care at this point about painted people after months? Yeah, she lived with them for years. I don't know, I think it's really, it maybe is the recency bias of like, okay, well the Desange family now are the main characters, and so I should be considering that. Oh. Don't choice is wrong. I think what it is I'm starting to feel guilty about destroying an entire world. But, like, not guilty enough. Yeah! Does Mael care about other people at all beyond how they can make her happy? I think the other thing is, from personal, just, experience, it's really hard for me to imagine being in Mael's situation and choosing what she's choosing. Of course but, like, also she's in an impossible situation. But for me, I don't know, the thought of leaving my family to grieve me in addition to my brother, I don't know. I feel like if you just focus on Mael, it feels bad. If you zoom out to say, like, well, Verso's gonna kill everyone in the world, that feels bad too. I want to keep seeing your sibling, or do you want to see the rest of your family leaving behind the sibling? I don't think this, but I also never got the sense that Mael believed that this Verso was the real Verso. I don't think they ever, like, maybe it was because this Verso accepted that he was not the real Verso, but they didn't feel like siblings. And maybe that was just me, again, maybe it's just me, but the game didn't, like, this Mael doesn't think of this Verso as the real Verso, like, very clearly. She does not believe this is her brother. I think she has accepted that her brother has died. And on the other hand, I can understand Mael in a time of grief and family crisis going away, going somewhere else. So I can't blame her for that because that's a valid choice too. Also, your mom, yeah. And also Renoir literally says, he says that staying in the canvas will have consequences, right? So not only is Mael knowingly going to destroy her family, she's also going to destroy herself. And it was Verso's canvas, but Verso doesn't exist. Verso doesn't have the choice. That's the other thing, like, how much of this Verso is Verso versus this Verso is Aline? Pick the ending that spited the family the most. That's funny. I want to destroy the canvas. I'm sorry. I want to destroy the canvas. I think we're gonna do that. Should I have, you know what, before we go into it, let's do a poll just for fun. Just for fun. Who do we agree with? Mael, Verso. I just want to let everyone else check. No additional votes. Quick poll, quick poll, quick poll. Oh, Caitlin, welcome back! How is your pie? Or pie ingredients, at least. Everyone, the poll is up. Please vote. I'm very curious to see what everyone believes. I don't think Mael's choice is wrong. I just think I have a lot. I'm sure most people, first of all, don't think this hard about it. Secondly, I'm sure everyone has different personal baggage they come to this game with. Everyone has very specific personal baggage. This specific choice is very interesting to me. Again, I'm not gonna tell you all my baggage, but it is an interesting choice based on my experience, and I'm sure lots of people respond to it differently. But it's really hard for me right now in this moment. Theater, you would pick Mael. I think, like, I get it. That's the thing. That's why this is a good choice. Apple pie. Ooh, excited. Wait, Caitlin. Aren't you allergic to apples? But yeah, it's kind of like there is no good choice, right? There is no good choice. Yeah, wait, Caitlin, why are you making apple pie? Oh god, it's 5 o'clock. I got so many things to do. Looks like most people agree. It's really interesting, and I feel like I don't know why, there's something really deep within me that feels repulsed by Mael's choice. And I don't think that's fair. but I think that's also part of how the game told the story. Like, you know what it is? You know what it is, guys? I think I know why I don't like how they told this story and why I feel so opposed to Miles' choice right now. When we found out, when the Act 2 ending revelation happened, we spent all of that time with Mael. And all of the game was focused on how this revelation affected her. We got, like, what? One conversation with Lune and Ciel about how, oh, their whole world was created by the pain and by Mael and her mother and, like, we barely got anything of the reactions from the people who live in this world of how they feel about that. We spent all the time with Mael and then with Verso as well. I just feel like if they had centered the narrative of the characters, this is also the problem with killing your main character after the first act. It's like, if they had centered the narratives of the people in this world, I would agree with saving this world, but they've centered the narratives of the people outside of this world, and it makes it a lot harder to then say, well, that, you know, does that align with other people's, like, experiences with this game? Okay, Verso. Sorry, Deedon. The only thing that mattered to you, what did matter to you, Ninbite? What mattered to you? Yeah, and that's the other thing, is the only people in this world that you have left are Lune and Ciel. Everyone else is dead. Everyone else is dead. So how are we supposed to save this world and feel good about it, knowing that? So when you weigh it like that, Lune and Ciel are 2 people. Renoir and Aline are 2 people. It's like you're sort of just weighing 2 against 2. Like, there's no one else in this world. I mean, there's, you know, the Nevrons and all of them, but oh, not the Nevrons. Who are the other ones? The Jestrals. Yeah, the Jestrals. Sorry, the Jestrals. No, you're right. And also all of the snow people. Sorry, I have a human bias, I guess. Solus just wanted to be a spirit. Or Francois! Wait, stop, we're gonna kill Francois! Oh, that does feel bad. No, but Francois is a real person anyway! But not Turtle Francois. And Martine, that's totally fair. Like, if that's what you're coming to the game with, I think it's a good choice. Well, that's true, we are killing us. Oh, I don't like that, actually. No, it's too late, it's too late, it's too late. We gotta do it. My controller disconnected while we were talking. Alright, I have to reconnect my controller before I get pummeled by my younger sister. Gee, that's fair. That is fair. No, and you're right. Like, that's the thing. Given 2 equal well, that's actually, whoa, sorry, I take it back. That is a wildly, that is a weighted statement. There will never be equal, okay, I take that back. I take that back. Oh my god. Gremlo, don't tell me now, but after we do this. I think I want to experience this ending for itself, and then later. You have no stakes, you just hated them all and wanted them all to suffer. Oh, so Nidma, you ended up not liking this game very much, huh? Unless Quiver 22 minutes and 39 seconds to make the choice? Was that how long? Did we really spend 23 minutes talking about it? Goodness gracious. Also, but the problem is Mael is a better character than Verso, so I made this harder for myself, but...
Target marked.
Verso, stop! You can't just decide this for everyone!
That's what you're doing!
We're all hypocrites.
Oh, yeah.
Doing the same thing to each other.
That's the thing, like, you can always weight the trolley problem, where it's like, if it's your family on one side, or, you know, people you love, and then on the other side, it's people you don't know. You hated how everything led to this choice. The game is great for making you mad at it. Yeah, I feel really mad at the game. Self-aware king! She does sound like a little sister. She is a little sister.
Let's go faster.
wait, because I practiced. Wait. Because we already fought Shadow Mael, so I've actually, or Alicia, so I've actually practiced this fight. So this is gonna be way easier than if I had done it the other way, because I don't know versus attacks. Martine, thank you for timing that. That's amazing. I'm so glad you did that. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I think it's true, like, in an ideal scenario, you wouldn't be biased towards any one particular, or against any one particular group of people. But, like, that's the thing, is we are humans and we're not ideal. Twirls my mustache. Oh, I can't break her. Oh, well then. I should have marked her first. Oh, wow. Kind of a little baby.
What about Lune and
yeah.
Ciel and
Eskie?
What about Eskie?
Ciel was right. Grief blinds us. All you see are walls.
Oh my god. Also, the interesting thing about it. The ideal to the trolley problem is killing the one who ties them up instead. Yeah, true. She lost them and she was gonna lose everyone again. No, but I see what you mean. Like, I understand. This family, and they want her to leave everything. Right, like she has finally found. But I get it. Like it's tough. It's tough. Like, I also feel like I'm making the wrong choice here, but I don't know. You gotta make the choice. You gotta make a choice. You can't sit here for any longer than 20 minutes. I never learned that attack. I never learned that attack. Oh. She's not burning anymore. Oh no. Oh no.
I've got this.
Like, I don't feel good about this either.
I've lived a long time, Mael. There are things we could never outrun.
I'm so tired, Verso.
No!
Please, can we just go home and talk about this?
You can't go home and talk about this. He can't go home with you. You were thinking to be, yeah, it would be useful. It was useful. I mean, not really. What was really useful is overleveling, but look at you. That felt really bad. That felt like kicking a child. That really felt like beating up your younger sibling. That was not. That didn't feel good at all. I don't know, it's so hard for me to, because she's not gonna die. She's alive in the real world. Which is, again, I know, it's like, oh, is the painted world is real too. It's
Don't do this.
Yota.
Don't leave me again.
So I understand where you're right, like she thinks
It's gonna be okay.
she's watching, she thinks her brother is dying.
It's gonna be okay.
Right.
You've got this incredible power to paint. You'll never have to suffer a life you don't want.
Interesting. So she can just make a new canvas?
You're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
Wait. Oh, so she could just make a new canvas? Are you kidding me? Oh. This is gorgeous. I want to see my desktop. I'm sorry. Oh my god. She was ready to kill her mom over this. But it wouldn't be the same. It's not the world she wants. I stand by the beret. I think this is the best choice I made all game.
I will miss you guys.
You're not gonna miss them. You're not gonna exist anymore. No one's gonna exist anymore. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Also, I'm glad we get to look at him. I should have changed her outfit. Oh god. You know what? He loves her for her soul. This is an amazing game. This is a beautiful game. 10 out of 10, no doubt. She died how she lived. Wearing a baguette. So I mean, he has to watch everyone die. Look, there's the real love of his life. Ghost hair and all. She looks so haunted. She looks like it. She looks hurt.
It's okay. It's over.
Well, I'm fascinated by who this boy is meant to be. Oh, that is, yeah. Sorry, I'm not dumb. I knew it was verse. I knew it was verse. Don't yell. I know. I was paying attention. I promise. I mean, that's the other thing. Is if you believe in souls, and if you believe in an afterlife, which we don't know if that exists in this game. We don't know if they do. Mael wanted to keep her brother's soul captive. To live in a delusion. Like, that's what she wanted to do. I'm sorry. I can't get behind that. I can't get behind that choice. Oh, I'm gonna cry! Oh my god!
Miroir du temps.
I don't know why this is getting me.
Nos histoires s'alignent dans le creux de nos mains. Deux mondes se dessinent.
Looks so good.
L'un peint de rêve.
And like she's able to have life. Yeah, right. I'm so happy when rich people win, guys.
Où notre deuil prend place.
I'm so happy. It's just like Downton Abbey.
Sous les étoiles où tout commence, rien ne finit.
I was right about the timeline.
Dans l'étreinte du destin, les liens restent éternels dans le dessin.
Oh, she's got artist hair.
Toi
Okay.
le vierge, horizon lointain, peignons ensemble les couleurs de demain.
Since I lowered my graphic settings, the hair does not look good.
Œuvres infinies, chaque pas
33rd of December. Ah.
trace la route d'une
I wasn't quite right
vie.
with that. Well, it's not. That's why we have a record call.
Sous les étoiles, où tout commence, rien ne finit. Dans les trains du destin,
Yeah, it would have gotten draft.
les liens restent éternels dans le dessin.
It would have been a little old. Wouldn't he? Well, I mean, he still would have gotten draft. But they're rich. He would have been an officer. Probably would have died of the Spanish flu. Does Spain exist in this world? That's like 1870? Yeah, there's no way, exactly. Although the Nazis might have seized the house. Oh my god. Oh. What? Nazis were World War II? I'm so sorry. I'm distracted. Oh my god. Did Germany occupy France? No, they didn't occupy France World War I. I'm sorry. I got a lot going on right now. I got two different period dramas in my head right now. You know what? I like that. I like that. I like the ending. I don't want to know what Miles ended. Miles' ending would have made me angry. We did it, guys. We did it. I only slightly messed up my world history. We rolled credits, guys. We rolled credits. All right? We did it! We did it! We finished it! We finished the game! This is huge! Music! We did it! Oh my god! We finished the game! You know what that means? Next week we're starting The Witcher. We'll be like that for 6 months. No, sorry, let me enjoy it. Let me enjoy it. Enjoy the game. It only took us 2 weeks, 14 stream. Oh yeah, Grumlo. Excellent news stream. I've been looking forward to playing The Witcher 3 for like 3 years now. Finally gonna commit. We're like, isn't it 67? I can do math, I just can't do history. I can't do math. Unless you're making another joke that I'm missing. I can't do humor. Not funny. I also don't know when to shut up. I just have so many you know what? But I do think it was a good game. I do think it was a good game. I think having problems with it doesn't make it not a good game. I mean, first of all, technically speaking, it's a fantastic game. It was so much fun. The music is like genuinely. I mean, this is. I mean, I don't even know how to compare this to any other. Like, this music was out of this world. We love the music. We love it. Made by 30 people! Oh my god, when you think about what they can do, and then you look at the trash the AAA studios are and with crazy, like, horrible hours. And I mean, the world was just so beautiful. So beautiful. Witcher 3 hates to see a white boy with daddy issues come in. Hello. Can't believe her last name is Charlie! Charlie, I miss him. Gone too soon. If I recognize any of these voices. Lune deserved better hair. That was on me. I have to go replay the game with better hair. they deserve better from me. Eskie! What a legendary performance. Verso, honestly, quite possibly hottest video game character, at least of the last year, couple years. Playa was. Are we gonna get a sequel with the Andy with the writer and the painter's war? Like, what's going on there? Are we gonna get? Is that like a sequel hook, or is that just not supposed to be important at all? Like, are we supposed to just not care? Play obscure Silk song. Grumlo, I wish nothing but the best for you. That's just world building? Yeah. That's fair. It's a lot of, they just throw it away. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm really upset about the world outside the canvas. And yet I destroyed the canvas. I'm very conflicted, just in general, about the story. Like, the game, unequivocally, the game is great. Like, this is a fantastic game. But I really feel conflicted about the story. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up the stream soon. You were right, Gremlo, by the way. It would be weird to continue the stream after fighting Renoir, so we'll be done after this. But I just feel, I don't think I'm happy about it. But you know what, it's like, I can't fault them for telling a story they wanted to tell. It's good for discussion. I'm surprised by how, but I also think it's a really good point. I play games too slowly over I play games over too long a time, right? And that I do think disadvantages the story. Because I think I'm not really able to enjoy, like, to really stay plugged in. Oh God, look at all the French voice actors. Wonderful. Grim's trying to tell climactic streams. Yeah, no, this was a good one. This was a good one. This was a good stream, everyone. I think this was good. What about the Mael ending makes her more selfish? So I assume it's because she can just create a new canvas, and I imagine she ends up doing that. I'd like to play through that stream, that ending. Not on the stream, maybe. Although maybe on stream. Not today, though, so probably never. We finished 2 games in 1 year. Oh my God, we finished Dragon Age this year. The Mael ending sucks and it's terrible, but you preferred it? Ninbite, can I get— oh, you know what? I saved the Discord message where y'all were going off talking in spoiler blocks. And I'm really excited to go back and reread it now. Oh my God, go Orchestra, go Orchestra! Because I was like, I want to go read all of this when I can later on. So now I get to read that, which I'm excited about. Baguette trailer. What is this? Baguette trailer? Oh, we have to watch this, absolutely. I don't even know. You deleted it? Well, Ninma, just send me your essay. Rude. Sending messages in my own server that I can't read and then deleting them when I want to read them. I don't know if it was super spoilery. I just didn't want to risk any of it. I didn't want to risk a single thing. Oh my God, interns! Yay! Imagine interning on this game. That's kind of crazy. That'd be so much fun. Did I kill the music or did they kill the music? Production dogs! Pinocchio. Yeah, I do want you to chat about it. I want to know. Now everyone can finally tell me their completely unfiltered thoughts and feelings about this game. Because I know everything now. Unreal. Oh, okay. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I mean, I'm happy we finished it. I'm happy I played it. It was a really great game. I really enjoyed it. I'm just not happy about the story. But I like this, and I'm shocked if you think Mael's ending is better, because I actually really like the epilogue. I guess you're right. Nobody was happy about it. All right. We're gonna watch the trailer. I just don't like, I don't like games that, oh, wrong. Yeah. I don't like games that lie to me. Verso's ending feels really good because you're like, okay, everyone is miserable, but there's a chance for something better. There's a chance that they can move forward. Which I guess you can't say about Ciel and Lune. But again, they were gonna die anyway! Oh, it feels weird. It's a weird... Yeah, it's contingent on you caring about this family. No, that's totally fair. That is totally fair. That's very, very fair. Okay. This is the right one. Baguette thriller. Oh, it's really big. Why is it so big? Oh my god. Oh my god. What have I done? Good verso. I guess from Ninbite's, in Ninbite's defense, Verso's ending is only good if you care about the family. If you don't care about the family, then Verso's ending, you're just like, well, I don't care if they move on. And so I understand from that perspective why it might not be super satisfying. Okay, got the Baguette trailer booting up as we speak. I'm gonna quit the game so we don't get that in the background. I can't believe we finished the game! This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay. And like the thing about Ciel, like for example Ciel, is that her motivation then was to revive her husband from the dead. So she wasn't moving on either, right? So Mael's ending was the denial ending. That is true. You gotta be real into bioethics. Baguette trailer. Okay.
Do you have any idea what it feels like to disappear forever?
Yeah, the game was rated M. Hey!
Their memories.
Remember characters? Remember them?
Their dreams. Their love for each other.
Is this the right video? Oh, I get it! This is the trailer with the baguettes. Okay. I was like, this doesn't... I don't know what this wants us to. Oh my god, stop! Renoir with a baguette! Hello? Hello? Is this just a mod? I need this. I need to replay the whole game with this. Please, how can I have that? How can I have that? How can I have that? Yeah, ultimately, I think it comes down to Verso. I agree. I think it's unfair. It is unfair for, if you look at it from that perspective, it's Mael is selfish about Verso. Mael is making a selfish choice in spite of Verso. Or do you let Verso? Do you just let Verso go? Do you just let him go? He's been there for 67 years. Right. Ninbite, that's how I felt. That's how I felt.
You can't understand yet.
It's not about that.
Stop.
The plan hasn't changed.
Stop.
We'll continue north.
See, he looks good with the glasses.
Towards the monolith. I refuse to let Mael die here.
This is so funny.
I have nightmares.
I have nightmares. Why does this sound like they recorded it through, like, tinfoil?
Why don't you see that I'm doing all this for us?
This is so funny. I wish I could have done a full baguette run. Ugh, so much fun. It's a really fun game. Jesus. Me too. Wow. We accomplished a lot, chat. We've been far with this game. We really went on a journey. As people, I think.
May all this be decided under their own skies. Between
Stop. Oh my god, that was Gustav?
Monolith.
Where's that verse? I can't even tell anymore. Oh, there he is, okay.
See you soon.
Crazy.
In a next life.
That's crazy. Oh, and this was like, oh my god. That's crazy. Verso is making a selfish choice, but it's a better selfish choice? Mile wants Verso to live at the expense of Verso. Verso wants to die at the expense of everyone else dying. Alright, when you put it like that, I do see your point. That is fair. That's fair. If you love me, let me. Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. All choices are I like that, dude. I think that's true. I think that's a good point. All choices are selfish, but it's really a question of... I think it's an interesting choice because it sort of inverts the principle of utilitarianism. But so, Ninba, you're coming at it from a utilitarian perspective. Where, you know, choosing Mael's way of, like, point of view lets you save more people. But ultimately, I don't think it does. Because because eventually the canvas, like, at some point, the canvas would have to be destroyed. They can't stay in there forever. They wouldn't be able, I mean, although people were saying that the canvas will exist, will sustain itself. So I guess that's not necessarily true. I don't know. I'm actually curious. Is there a world in which they could have separated Aline from the canvas and then been like, there was you know what? There was probably a better way to do it, and that's probably the point. That's probably the point. Because it's not meant to be a good choice. I think that's right. That's it, right? Yeah. Yeah. Verso and Gustav dress up in the Baguette outfits. You can keep us. Pick which one is Verso. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, the sunglasses. Honestly, they look the same. Gustav has a kind soul. Aline is lauded as a supreme painter by everyone because she can create real living thinking people. So Mael bringing everyone back, I don't think those paintings would be real. Okay, so this canvas is special. If Alicia could have left for a week, Verso would have been fine leaving the damn canvas. Verso can't have left the canvas. He doesn't exist outside the canvas. Like, that's it. There is no Verso outside the canvas, right? Like that, because that's not Verso. That's the thing. Oh, you meant leaving it alone. Leaving it alone. I got you. Okay. Yeah. The canvas can exist. That's why Renoir wants to destroy it. I thought he wanted to destroy it because he wanted to keep Aline away from it. Is that not? Did I miss that? Like, I think, but I guess it doesn't really matter in the end. Oh, that my oddish. Why? How did the oddish get? Why does it look like that? Where is the where is it? Pokemon. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I don't have, how can I, why is there just a floating, I'll fix it later. So the canvas was an addictive drug. So destroying it was better? Okay, I'm gonna struggle, I think, with this ending for a while, and that's okay. Like, she was going to overdose on it, was the danger. So the thing is, yeah, also don't make art, right? The thing about it is, I think the choice, it really just does come down to, do you believe the painted people are real or not? Renoir doesn't. Like, expressly does not believe that the painted people are real. He looks at the canvas as a toy, as a coping mechanism, and ultimately as a drug, right? Mael thinks the painted people are real, and she would prefer to live with them than with her family because she feels more kinship with them and more opportunity in that world because of how the fire affected her. Or, okay, fair point. Or Mael thinks of the canvas, or Mael, it's also a drug for her. That's also fair. But that's only if, well, no, but that's Mael's right. I just think it's just so hard. I don't know. I just got really mad at this game for making me question whether Lune and CL were real people. I think that's what I'm maddest about. Right, so for her, it was her world, but then her memories came back, and then it was a different story. It's just, ugh, I haven't had this strong a reaction to a game in a while, which is good. This is a good thing. This is what art is supposed to do, right? It's supposed to prompt conversation. Just made me really mad. And I felt mad after other things before, but mad in a way that I wanted to go out and do my own. This just made me mad in general. I have to see her ending. I'll have to play through her ending. I'm fascinated by this. But yeah, I think that's the other thing that's really important too, and I think they did a relatively good job of writing a 16-year-old. It's like, for her, the thing is, your world is so small at 16. And that's not to say it matters any less, but it's just to say that, like, what you think of as the whole world is not as big as what you will experience later in life, right? And so for her, and especially because she spent 16 years growing up in the canvas, that is her whole world, right? And so it's a really difficult situation for her. Yeah, plus puberty, right? Being a teenager is really hard. And so that's the thing. Oh god, I'm so curious about her ending now, because I think this ending feels like the real ending of the game. This ending feels like how the game should end, which I guess is a sign of good writing. It's like, I can't imagine another ending. This feels like it should be the canon ending. God, now I really want to know what the other ending was. I'm gonna have to go play it. But this is what I want my canon ending to be. Yeah, it's like, she does have a really sucky life. She does have a really sucky life. Like, and it's not unfair of her to want a better life wherever she can get it. So maybe I'm being really unfair to Mael, but yeah, this is the ending that the story seemed to be pushing. This seems like what the writers wanted you to go for. So it is, I am intrigued. You don't want Verso's ending. Because it's bad for Mael. Yeah, now see, that's the thing. It's like, I feel like I kind of took Mael's autonomy away. I'm gonna lose sleep over this. And neither choice is good. But I think they made this, I don't know, it's just like, maybe I probably have certain romantic notions about families coming together through times of tragedy. Which again, it's like, every person is different. Everyone's gonna have a different reaction to this, I think. You don't think any member of the family deserves any chance of redemption for the things that they did. Oh. It's also a terrible family, and they're rich. So they don't really deserve any chance. They should sell the house. And then we can talk. Yeah, I haven't been a teenager in a long, long time, so it's hard for me to put myself back in that mindset. But that's the thing, it's like, you can't treat teenagers like they're lesser than just because they're young. Like, yeah, you know, kids need autonomy too. Like, they need to be able to make their own choices. God, okay, I have to go, unfortunately. I have to see Mael's ending. Can I do Mael's ending? Will they let me go back? Can we do it on stream? Is it gonna make me unhappy if I do it on stream? Is it gonna leave a sour taste in our mouths after finishing a game? Is it gonna be a bad decision if I do this? I am such a loser for streaming all day when I should have been doing other things. It's fine. It's fine. We're having a good time. I'm having fun. I don't need to sleep. It's fine. It's so fine. Are we doing this again? We're doing this again. It'll make me so mad. Do I want to end the stream mad or fulfilled? I won't need- yeah, I don't need sleep. I need answers, exactly. Oh shoot, not a new game. Can I- how do I go back? How do I go back? Show previous saves? Where can I go? How do I go back and do it? I don't seem fulfilled. I won't ever be fulfilled by this. Wait, do you guys- does anyone know? Poll? Poll, there's only one choice. Load the latest save. We'll give that a try. Renoir has been defeated, but there are other secrets yet to be uncovered. Oh, I'd have to do it again. Can I do it? Renoir has been defeated. Will they let me go back, or will I have to load a previous save? Load previous saves? They're all at the same time. Wait. Why are there so many saves? When did we finish the game? What time is it? Wait, it's 6 p.m. What? I can just do it again? Okay, let's just see if I can do it again. Look, my whole party is alive still. Do I have to redo the Renoir fight too? No, because they just said Renoir has been defeated, but there are other secrets. Also, this is ridiculous because we destroyed the canvas, so you shouldn't be allowed in here. Oh, I see. Do I have to do a new game plus and do the whole game again, or would I just go back to Renoir, to Lumiere? I need to reload a save. Okay, we'll just reload a random save. When did I do it? How long? Okay, it's 6:03 now, 6:04. It was probably this one then? Yeah, right? Alright, everyone, no more Witcher next week. We gotta replay Clair Obscure. We gotta redo the Renoir fight? Oh no. Oh, Ninbite, you're right. Oh, we're not gonna be able to do it. Oh no. Oh no. I have not read the Witcher books. I'd like to. There's a lot I'd like to do though. But are they good? Oh, there he is. All right, guys, we're locked in. We're locked in. It was a really easy fight, too, so that's good. We hate Triss. Okay, good to know. No, I have to do it myself. I have to do it myself. The fight wasn't that hard. It wasn't that hard. We did it. It'll only take us another half hour. It's fine. It's fine. I'm glad we were over-leveled. It'll make it this easier. Anyway, what's everyone having for dinner? You know, not that hard.
Ready to strike.
Feeling better.
The author's wacky and we don't talk about the pregnancy fetish? Alright. Lasagna, free pizza, cigarettes and cola. Shit, more lasagna. Oh no, Daju's just really excited about lasagna. Alright, we got a nice range going on here. Oh my god, finish Series 8. Please send me minute by minute. Oh my god, please, please, please. Enjoy Series 8. Thanks for hanging out. I wish I was actually doing what you're doing. I love that. I love that so much. I love that. Death in Heaven. Oh my god. Dark Water. One of the best Doctor Who episodes ever. Ever. Unironically. You had waffles, but you want more. Yeah, have more waffles. Have more waffles. What are you waiting for?
Good.
Don't cremate me. Oh my, it was haunting. It was haunting. You want to see the end? Yeah, I want to see the end too. I'm really, this is really making me angry. And we gotta do it fast too, because I'm supposed to be working on a game jam. Like genuinely, I was supposed to be working today. And I did not. And don't tell Weird Orb. Please, because I should be doing more, and I'm not. And it's fine. I really wanted to finish this game. I couldn't not finish the game today. I couldn't not finish the game today. We had to do it. I just didn't think it would take all day, but I should have known better. I should have known, knowing me.
Let's carve a path.
Begging you come back. Streaming, it can be a job. Streaming can be, you know. Streaming can be anything you want it to be. What do I want it to be? We gotta fight really fast. We gotta do this really fast. Can't do Typhoon yet. But she can keep stacking burns. Yeah, there we go. Summoning the Axons. Our lips are sealed. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Shut up. Oh, now he's gonna talk and we can't skip the talking. I have an application to submit. And I need to do, I was writing a personal statement this morning. And I need to do that tonight. So it's gonna be a fun night. I haven't written a personal statement in I don't even remember how long. So long ago. No, literally I want to do this fight as fast as possible because we need to discuss the ethics of it. Oh, sick. Oh, sick. Oh my god, look at all of their Pictos too. This is crazy. This is crazy. He's got 9. Here we go. Action point economy's never been better. Never been better. We broke him. We broke him.
You can't escape.
There we go.
Void, take everything.
Maybe the real stream, it's always the friends we made along the way, Adagio. Or the enemies. The way... I am so excited. I love writing essays for fun. Personal statement. It is stressful because I don't know what they want. And I don't know how to write a person. I don't know what they want me to say. It's one of those things, you know? Where you're just like, what do they want me to say? I know why I want to apply to this thing. Surely they know why I want to apply to this thing too. Why are they making me write about why I want to apply to this thing? But they need to know. So, you know. But I have it. So I just need to make sure it's not terrible. Why is she telling Verso specifically to dodge? Yeah, essays are really fun. Personal statements are hard because they're about you. I love writing about things that are not me. That's why I love streaming, because I love not talking about myself. Although I do a really bad job of not talking about myself, actually. Hey, Ren! Good to see you again. Writing a personal statement is a horror. It's an incredibly embarrassing thing to do. Darn it! I thought I had that one over, so it's dead. Oh, we're all dead. Oh, watch me die this time. Watch me not be able to do the fight this time. Life hard. I make best of. Why I want. Why you. Yeah, actually, that's it. That's basically the formula. Okay, well, this is great.
A storm is coming.
I would really like her to heal Mal.
I'm ready.
No. Oh. Oh my god. Wow. That was not, I wouldn't call that swiftly. He waited a lot. Oh, you're locked in on chem. Okay, good luck with it. Thank you for hanging out. I hope this is good background music, good background activity. Oh, she's not in virtuous stance. Shoot. Would have been way better. Oh, but she can go again. Personally, you just got flashbacks. Yeah. It is not. Well, I am literally choosing to do this, so it's a thing. You never had to write a personal. Well, you've had to write a personal essay, or did you not? It's just a different way of phrasing it. I haven't written a personal essay in a long time. I like calling it a personal statement better, because it's just what it's just a statement, you know? It's just something I'm saying. Jesus.
Okay. Better.
Oh my god. Oh, jeez, jeez, jeez. There we go. Oh, is Lune about to die? Hold up, hold up. It's okay, she's gonna typhoon. Look at me with a picture. You've never had to write, you know, couple hundred words about why you wanted to do something? It's a terrible, terrible experience.
Take cover.
Oh, he's gonna do this whole talking thing again. Oh. He's gotta swoop through the air. He's gotta fly. There we go. You are your favorite subject, so it should be easy. Is it like a cover letter? It's like a longer cover letter. Isn't it? Is it not like a cover letter? Then I don't know what a personal statement is. It has been a really weird, because I'm like, I don't want to brag, but also I need them to believe that I'm good. It's kind of like an extended job interview. Okay, shut up, shut up. Come on, man. No, gee, I was so close, Nope, that was embarrassing. I got cocky. I got cocky. Having to show how great you are with only 500 words. I mean, you'll run, you know, you'll run out of room. It's not enough. Okay. He's gonna go berserk, I think. Yo. Well, that did not do as much as I was hoping.
Okay.
Meteors. Oh, come on, Mael. You dropped the ball. Yeah, Ren, that's basically just like, this is why I want to do it. This is why I can do it. Please, please accept me. Please accept me. Please let me in. Please let me in. Stream.
Void, take everything.
Offensive stance. Oh, she can't pyrolyze now. No.
From fire.
Did Verso die? Did Verso just die? Oh man. We should probably bring him back. We should probably bring him back. That would be good. Yeah, the school is so amazing. I'm amazing. This subject is amazing. Please let me in. You tell them, right? You have to tell them. You have to tell them that that's what, like, you're like, I'm coming here and this is why. Yeah, baby.
Always come back. Cut him down.
That's exactly, it's a personal essay. How is this for a personal essay? What you want, Harvard, what you want is me. That's exactly it. Jeez.
Bring it on.
Oh, he's dead again. It's fine, he'll come back.
Here we go again.
I haven't thought about Draw My Life in so long. Oh my god. Oh, and Martine, what you said earlier about having to recover from it's rough. It's rough. It's not fun. It doesn't feel good. Combustion. Rain of fire. Pyrolyze. Let's pyrolyze, baby. Let's go again. She's in defensive now. Oh well. Oh, he's got to do another dialogue break. We're moving right along. We're moving right along. Yeah, it's crazy. Some of the colleges actually want to know. They want you to talk about them. I remember there was a school I applied to long ago that didn't accept me. And I was like, this is ridiculous. I am qualified. But it was because I never visited. I never showed any interest in the college. I was like, well, I guess that's fair then. I don't really want to go here, so how can I tell you to really want me? It did bruise my ego a little bit though. I was like, you should be lucky to have me. Okay, we're picking Mael this time. Everyone. Did anyone time that? 10 minutes? What was that? How long did it take us to kill our dad? It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Okay, did I miss anything over here? Right, like you want to find people that will care and will actually go. And will pay you money. Okay, you're here. Go, go, go. We're going. We're going. We're going. We're raising the dialogue volume too. It's time to stop painting. So if I leave, okay, that's what happens. Good to know. That's fine. That felt good though. That was pretty quick. That was pretty quick. I'm gonna have to remember to start from the other save though, because I want that ending. I want that ending. Okay, I don't care. Decide the fate of the canvas. Fight as Mael. Is everyone ready? Is everyone ready to finish the game? Imagine paying. Alright, you don't have to rub it in, you Scottish people. Fight as Mael. This is gonna be really interesting. I'm excited, actually. Now, I don't know the pattern. This might be hard.
Stop! You can't just decide this for everyone!
We're all hypocrites.
This might be a harder fight than it was before.
To each other.
But Mael is also OP, so... Oh, except she can't... Fly burn yet. Okay. Mael malevolent. It's right there in the name, I mean. Follow. Right. Oh, I just healed all that damage. Oh, this will be easy.
We take everything.
I mean, don't we all just want to beat up our older brother who already died years ago?
Ciel and Monoko. What about Esquier?
Ciel was right. Grief blinds us. All you see are walls.
I don't get that line. What does that mean? All you see are walls. What does that mean?
From fire.
I should get a PhD just so people will pay me to go to school. It'd be great.
Void take everything.
That was easy. That was easy. We killed him, guys. We killed Verso. Heck yeah. I'm still not happy about this. But now we're getting the real ending.
Thank you.
He was already- stop, he's already dead.
From painting.
Don't say that. Please, don't say that.
Oh, this is kind of sick though. This is kind of metal. Oh, okay, thank you, Grimoire.
Please, listen to me. Only you
Oh.
can do this. You can do this, please. Unpaint me. Unpaint me.
So,
Please. I don't want this life.
Like, he doesn't want
stop
this.
saying
He
that.
doesn't want this. He's forced.
I don't want this life.
This is tragic.
I just wanted to live this lifetime together. This lifetime that was stolen from us. Please. Bruh. Please.
Bruh.
I don't want this life.
Like, this is the story. This is it, right? It's like keeping dignity of choice. She's keeping him alive against his will.
Me.
She's taking his choice away. I really think the whole game comes down to whether or not you sympathize with Mael. Or the whole choice. Oh, but I'm glad we did this. I really want to see this ending. She's also a kid. She just wants her brother back. Sick. Epilogue. That's
If you could grow old, would you find a reason to smile?
What? I don't like that. I don't like that. The other epilogue was a life to love. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, that's messed up. Oh, this is messed up. This is messed up. I wish you guys could see my face right now. I'm just in shock. Oh, look, they're all alive. We saved everyone. We saved everyone. Yeah, no, seriously, I'm like, wouldn't the homage just start happening again? Oh, pretty house. Esquier! We saved Esquier! Look, we're gonna watch a movie now of our life. I'm sorry? No! 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 Say psych right now. Say psych right now. No, that's actually sick. This is, oh no, this is sick. Oh my god, is that supposed to be? Oh, that's Pierre. Okay, oh, he's got a man bun. No, that's sick. No, I don't know. No, are you kidding me? That's not meant to be. I'm reading into it, right? That's not meant to be. It's not, right? It's not, right? Oh my god, Gustav! Oh my god, Gustav! He looks different. I'm just not used to looking at him. Oh, that's an apprentice. Okay. Oh, is that one of his apprentices? Okay, that makes me feel much better. That makes me feel much better. Huh. Are you happy now, Mayo? Are you happy? Oh. Oh. Oh, this is sick! Oh no, wait, okay, this is so much worse. This is so much worse than what I thought. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh, this is so... It's like, oh, this is heartbreaking. Oh my god. He looks amazing. He let his hair go white. Oh my god, he's old. If you could grow old, would you find a reason to smile? This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Right. Like, Mael is not omniscient. Sorry. Sorry. I don't know why I'm gasping. Oh. Oh my god! Oh my god! Stop! This is crazy! This is crazy! I'm sorry, this is insane. This is insane. This is a better ending because it's worse. Do you know what I mean? No, that's insane! Oh my god! That's actually crazy! No, stop! That's actually insane! Stop! 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 That's crazy! That's actually a better ending. I think that's a better ending. Oh my god! 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 Oh my god, that's so good! Stop, that's so good! That's so good! I'm dizzy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god! Stop! I can't believe... Guys, if I had left the stream before, I never would have seen that. I guarantee you I never would have played this game again. I would not have picked it back up. Oh my god! That's... Oh, that's delicious. That's a tragedy. That's a tragedy. Oh my god. Oh god. I can't believe I almost didn't see that ending. Oh my god. This is completely different. This is a different game. This is a different game. This is actually a different game. If I had just played the other ending, I would have been like, oh, that's sweet. Like, that's nice, you know? It's about moving on. And this is like, actually, the grief will infect you and destroy everything you love. And yourself. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so good. That's so good. I'm so glad, actually, that I played the other ending first, because it would have felt so hollow and saccharine if I had seen this first. But I feel like I was able to enjoy the first ending for what it was. And now I can see this and I'm like, no, this is how it should end. Oh my god. Oh my god. I feel better now. I actually feel better now. That's crazy. That's so crazy. And he never gets to play the piano. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, thanks, y'all. This was good. This was good. I'm glad we did this. Thanks for joining me on this journey. I'm really glad we played this game. I'm really grateful to everyone. Thank you, Martine. Martine first and foremost, but everyone, Ninbite as well. People who aren't here in the stream right now, but also convinced me to play this game. Thank you to everyone who recommended this. Thank you to the people who gave me the Steam gift card that I used to purchase this game. Because I may not have dropped $50 on it otherwise. Thank you to everyone who's been here for the game, for the streams, whether you were here at the beginning or if you just got here at the end. I really appreciate all of the support. I know that one stream a week playing a 40 or 50 hour RPG over the course of several months is not what Twitch is really for. And I know that having long philosophical discussions that delay the ending of the game by over 20 minutes is also not necessarily what Twitch is for, but I'm really, really, really grateful for you all being here and letting us make that be what Twitch is for sometimes, if we want it to be. Thank you everyone for the subs and the hype train at the beginning of the stream. It means a lot to me that you're all still here. Sorry to get emotional, but we don't often finish games, so, you know, it's allowed. I think this is what it's for. Yeah, I think this is what it's about. I think playing these kinds of games and being able to have these kinds of discussions over fiction and over real life is what I enjoy doing on Twitch. I hope it makes Twitch better for me, for sure. And I'm really glad I get to share it with all of you. Today was a good day. So next week, we'll be looser. We'll be loosey-goosey. I'll be back on Sunday. We may start The Witcher. I may also try some other things in the interim. We may have a just like a less, there won't be pressure. We may try some other stuff. We may just hang out. Now that Claire Obscure is over, I am gonna do the trivia party in the Discord. That is going to happen by the end of the year. Officially, like, that's gonna happen. It will happen. It will happen. I'm not letting myself escape from that. It's going to happen. We're gonna have a trivia party. That'll happen in the Discord. Let's see. We are gonna have a watch party. Shoot, let me double check when the watch party is before I accidentally schedule things over it. The watch party. Yes, perfect. Okay, watch party's in 2 weeks. We're watching The Birds for Halloween. Very exciting. Yeah, Witcher. I'm really excited to start Witcher. I think I'm really gonna like it. I hope I'm gonna like it. And I hope y'all will like it too. I feel like it fits the vibe of the channel. There's lore. There's hot people. There are dragons, I think. Lots of side quests and distractions. So yeah. I'm gonna skip these credits because we already sat through them once. We already enjoyed them once, shall I say. And we've got book lore. Grumlow's gonna give us book lore, which is excellent. So thank y'all for being— oh, my music disappeared. Hold on, we need the ending music back. There we go. This has been a really fun stream. Thank you all. There's not dragons? Well, I just scratch everything. We're going back to Baldur's Gate. Should we raid? Oh my god, we can raid someone playing this game now. Because we've played this game now. Should we raid? I do like, wow, Damien House is streaming. There's a channel I like who used to play Dragon Age and is playing Claire Obscure, so maybe we raid them. Oh yeah, this is a good part of the stream to raid. So everyone, thanks for being here. Oh, there's wyverns and okay, close enough. But yeah, everyone, thanks for being here. Here's our raid message. We're free. Oh my god, we did it. We did it, everyone. We did it. We're free. Alright, everyone, thanks so much for being here. We'll see you next Wednesday, as always, and let's go raid more Claire Obscure streams and Bread Witchery, Harley, who has a really nice channel. Alright, everyone, take it easy. I'll see you later. Hoot hoot!